Good morning, everyone. I declare the Kempsey Shire Council meeting open. It is the 15th of August 2023. I remind all people attending this meeting that it is being webcast on YouTube with audio and vision. A recording of the meeting is available on the internet and is required to be available for 12 months. Private recordings, including taking photographs by members of the public gallery, are not allowed. All members of the Kempsey Shire community are welcome to attend council meetings to observe. Please ensure all devices, like mobile phones, are in silent mode. On behalf of the council, I welcome all people in the public gallery and observing live on the internet to our meeting today. Councillors in attendance are Councillor Kenny Ring, Councillor Simon Ferguson, Councillor Scott Butterfield, Councillor Alexandra Wyatt, Councillor Arthur Bain, Councillor Dean Saul, Councillor Anthony Patterson and Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Kerry Riddington. Council staff in attendance are Mr. Craig Milburn, General Manager, Mr. Wes Trotter, Director of Utilities, Mr. Steve Mitchell, Director Corporate and Commercial, Mr. Michael Jackson, Director of Operations and Planning, Daniel Thorogood, Group Manager, Governance and Information Services, Melanie Peterson, Governance and Information Management Manager, Sian Hunter, Governance Officer. Councillors, we have some very important essential decisions to make today. Our decisions today should be in the best interest of the Shire community. Thank you all for your respectful debate on the issues at past meetings, and I hope we can continue to do that so today. 15th of August is a special day for the Indian Australian community as they celebrate the fact that this is today's 75th anniversary of Indian independence after 200 years of rule by the British. So we thank all those people within our community who are of Indian descent as they remember their forebears and the essential part they played in having democracy in their country and coming to our country with those positive issues. And Australia is a leading world democracy, and Council serves our community espousing the democratic principles and free speech. I will therefore say we are ourselves very lucky that we have such a brilliant group of people representing Australia in so many ways. Our women's soccer football team, the wonderful and inspiring Matildas, should be saluted for the great good they have done in the FIFA World Cup. This coming Wednesday at 8 p.m, I expect most Australians will be supporting the Matildas in their game against England. Go the Matildas. With that, we will now commence the meeting. Councillor Bain, would you now give us the opening prayer, please?
In our deliberations today, may we have the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the courage to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Thank you.
And our acknowledgement of country, Councillor Ring, please.
Kempsey Shire Council acknowledges the land of the Thungari-Dungari Nation. We pay respect to elders past and present. We acknowledge the role of emerging leaders to continue to guide us in the future. We acknowledge the stolen generations and the need to change practices to be inclusive. This land always was and always will be Thungari-Dungari land. And I also acknowledge the any First Nations people in attendance to this meeting today.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Riddington, would you do the acknowledgement of servicemen, women and families, please?
Thank you. Our council acknowledges the many sacrifices made by Australian servicemen and women and also their families, in particular those who gave their lives in defence of freedom, and we enjoy our freedoms today because of them. Please note that on Friday the 18th of August, Veterans Day, and often it's Victory in the Pacific Day as well, at Kempsey and at Southwest Rocks there will be special services in commemoration of our servicemen and women. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. We'll now go. We have some.
What is it?
See ya. Bit of Lego and a bit of training in our future.
Your microphone's on mute.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hardy.
I know, because I would.
All have technology challenges. Thank you. We're moving on to item 4. For apologies for any leave, but all councillors are present in the chamber. So we move on to item 5 on our agenda, which is the confirmation of minutes. Do we have a mover to accept the minutes? Councillor Bain. Seconder, please. Councillor Riddington. Any debate? If that not, I will put the recommendation, the motion before us, that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Kempsey Shire Council dated 18th of July 2023 be confirmed. Is there any dissent? No dissent. I declare it carried. I now ask councillors if they have any disclosures of interest as per the public forum. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to disclose a conflict of interest in item 10.9, the TOOSE Road land acquisitions. I work and live up in the Upper MACLEAY and do work for people in that area.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I wish to state that I have a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in 11.2, please. The reason being I have a business in the CDB of Kempsey.
That's the item about levies.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson, please.
I'd like to declare a pecuniary non-significant interest in 3 items. 11.2 on levy banks in Kempsey, as I'm a business user and a business owner in the business district. Also 10.3, the holiday park, as I live within 5 kilometres of the area, and 10.9 TOOSE Road, as I've stayed in the beautiful, fantastic, lovely Bamara homestead.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Any further declarations? Being none, we move on now to agenda item 7, which is items passed by exception. As usual, anyone wishes to speak on any of them, you can withdraw them, or you wish to speak, vote against any of them, you can withdraw them as well. If after we ask for any withdrawals have been completed, if you have any items that you wish to ask questions on, as per usual, we can ask them before we put the recommendations on how many are left, if any. So I will be withdrawing 11.3, my delegates report on the national conferences. Any others? Councillor Bain, please.
Yes, I'd like to withdraw item 10.9, the TOOSE Road land acquisition, because
Yes.
I think we need some public debate on that. Thank you.
Councillor Wyatt.
10.6 and 12.2, please.
10.6 and 12.2. Thank you. Any Councillor Patterson?
Just like to ask a question.
Yeah, well, I'll ask a question. First of all, do you have any you want to withdraw at the moment?
Depends on the answer.
Well, that's what we ask questions now, and then you can decide to withdraw them. That's how it works. There's no other you want to withdraw straight up, councillors. So, Councillor Patterson, would you ask your question, and then you can decide whether you withdraw. Thank you.
Item number 10.10, alcohol-free zone, temporary zone suspension at Southwest Rocks. Is this something that council is able to do to put this, like have a floating alcohol-free zone? Is that something we're able to do on a regular basis, or is that something that could be gazetted for when this event is happens every year?
Mr. General Manager,
Yes,
please.
Mr. Mayor, it is something that really needs to be done on its merits on each event. Excuse me, and that's why it's actually come to council. It's council's responsibility to consider that and determine whether it's appropriate to actually put that temporary zone suspension in. And obviously, in this particular case, it's the staff's recommendation that we actually do, but it should be considered on merit on each event.
Councillor Patterson.
Another question. 12.3. This is Safari tender. I understand that's in the
Confidential.
Am I able to withdraw that?
Yes.
Because I do have some questions on that
Sure.
that will need to remain in confidential.
For sure, yes, we'll withdraw it because it is in confidential. We can't ask questions in open council. But thank you, Councillor Patterson. So 12.3 withdrawn as well, please. Are there any other withdrawals? Councillor White, a question, please.
Yeah, question. A question on 10.6, the carryover funds. Now, those carryover funds are related to projects that have already been allocated.
So Councillor White, you've already withdrawn that, haven't you?
10.7.
What did I say? Sorry, I meant 10.7. Fine.
So,
Carryover.
okay, so you're keeping 10.6 in and you're asking
Yes.
a question about 10.6 now.
No, I'm asking a question about 10.7. Sorry.
Pulling 10.6 out.
You're pulling 10.6 out, right?
Asking a question on 10.7.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor White. I'm a bit confused. The
Well,
numbers get me every time. Thank you.
So yeah, those carryover funds are unspent funds that have already been allocated to projects. What happens to any unspent allocations where there have been savings?
Steve, you want to answer?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councillor Wyatt. So this report comes up. There's a couple of things just, I guess, in terms of distinction. So we have revotes and carryovers. So carryovers is where we've got a project that's partially completed but hasn't been completed by 30 June. And so we put that to council to have those funds carried forward so the project can be completed. Revotes are those projects that were in last year's plan that didn't commence, and the recommendation from the staff is that the budget be revoted to this year to carry on. If we've had projects that have had savings, then they will generally just be effectively banked. So, obviously we try to deliver projects as efficiently as we can, and so to the extent that we have projects that are coming underneath the budget, then if it's grant funded, then those grant funds would need to be returned. If it's projects that are funded internally from council, then those funds would just go back to the appropriate reserve if it's coming from a restricted reserve, or back just into general funds.
Thank you. Any further questions on any other items there? Thank you, councillors. They're the ones that are remaining: 10.7, 10.8, 10.10, 10.11 and 12.1. Is there a mover that be adopted? Councillor Saul. Seconder, please. Councillor Ferguson. Is there any dissent? No dissent. That's carried. We now move to 10.1. The first one is reports to council. 10.1 is RISE development application for multi-dwelling housing, neighbourhood shops and food and drink premises. The recommendation is there before you, councillors. Does someone wish to move it? Councillor Riddington. Seconder, please. Councillor Patterson, your light's on the second. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Riddington, would you like to speak to the recommendation there?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This has been a long, arduous and painful process for the community of South West Rocks. We have a lot of development continuing in our area, and it was through a series of court cases, unfortunately, that we have reached this position. However, I really would like to thank the community of South West Rocks, the voices of South West Rocks, especially Lara Kennedy, and sorry, I'm losing my train of thought because I get pretty emotional on this one, and Warren Bailey and Cherry Muddle for their continuing hard work and wonderful research skills. I would also like to thank the council staff for managing this process exceptionally well. It's been very, very difficult to go back and forward with amendments on DAs and different opinions, different groups, and to manage community consultation, I think, really well. We managed to look at a height limit, which is going to be now included in the Southwest Rocks Structure Plan. And that's a wonderful thing for our town and our area. I'd like to see that obviously included in the work for the upcoming review of the Kempsey Land and Environment Plan. And I'd also like to say that the development contributions from this particular development on private land will be going to council, and I'll be asking questions on that a little bit later for the amount of money that is going to be coming back into our community. And we're also going to be having the Southwest Rocks Developer Contributions Plan published in the near future. So I do support this motion. We have come a long way, and I think that we need to be able to say, okay, let's deal with this DA. We've done it really well. We've reduced the apartment buildings. We've got the height limit. It is on private land, and I keep on saying it. However, the most important thing as well is compliance, and it's compliance on all of the monitoring for acid sulfate, soils, PFAS, runoff, creek water quality, a whole range of things like traffic, dust management. And on reading the DA's conditions, and the developer must comply and we must monitor as well, I do recommend this motion to my fellow councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. I was going to move later on a minus amendment to it. Maybe you'll accept it that we put the number 72 in front of the word conditioned in the motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that would be fine. I'd be very happy to accept that.
Thank you. So I won't move that. You put that in. Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Saw, followed by Councillor Bain, followed by Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, also I support this motion. It's important that we as a council and a community aren't frightened by development. We must grow our economy. We must grow in a sensible way, of course. We must grow. And by providing housing, by providing jobs through construction, and the shops will be there, it'll be an asset to Southwest Rocks. So even though there has been conjecture over the concept, we're now going to have, I think, a proposal that in time be welcomed by Southwest Rocks, and it'll be a go-forward movement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson, you're on the list after Councillor Wyatt. Thank you. Councillor Bain, please.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. I would also like to congratulate community staff and councillors on the work that's been put into navigating this process. Very painful for a lot of us when the area was clear felled. However, that was the legal right of the developer to do that. I do note that there have been some significant changes with the introduction of this change DA, which it effectively overcomes the constraints of the zombie DA that was in place before. As a new DA, it has to meet current environmental protections. So I note that there are biodiversity protections in perpetuity, that there's careful working around the wetlands, and there's state environmental planning constraints on the impact on the wetlands, so we can look at that wetland being protected. I agree with Councillor Riddington that we need to be very alert and in compliance, and that will be that's also part of the conditions that the I believe RISE will be have some mechanism where community can contact them directly. And I also note the work that Voices of Southwest Rocks are doing in bringing to the attention of the state government the problem with the zombie DAs, the old DAs that, and that I note that council has already brought that up with local government New South Wales. So the more different avenues of lobbying we can get, the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Wyatt, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak last. I will be speaking against this motion, so I'm happy to go after people have spoken for it.
Well, no, we don't have to do it that way. We
okay.
speak.
Sorry? Okay. Yep, I am speaking against this motion. I commend Voices of South West Rocks for their exceptional diplomacy, diligence and grace in advocating for the cultural and environmental values at South West Rocks, but I do not support issuing this consent approval. Firstly, I can't make an informed decision because I've read the full assessment report, all the public submissions, all the development application. I was away for our August briefing. Have read the report that's here, but I would have preferred a comprehensive briefing and particular site inspection for controversial developments. I've read some of the development application submissions. I don't feel there's a good separation of independence in this state's development application process. For me, this compromises my ethics to tick the approval box without the information that I require to do so. I certainly acknowledge council staff professional qualifications and expertise in making their recommendation. My opinion is not a reflection of their work, and I also acknowledge the reports prepared by the proponent and their professional staff, and again, my opinion is not a reflection of their work. And I recall a first lecture that I went to for my environmental law degree where the lecturer, who was a Land Environment Court judge, said, and I quote, "Environmental law is merely a licensing process that provides an approval pathway for the activity that you wish to undertake." I mean, this has resonated in my head ever since, and I don't believe that environmental planning laws are sufficiently protecting environmental or cultural values, nor are they preventing environmental harm. I also committed to the people of Kempsey to make decisions on an informed basis, and I just don't feel that I have the necessary tools to do this. I can't support this development proposal. The SEP on the resilience and hazards, there's no date on that coastal mapping. We're supposed to provide a coastal vulnerability map, which is a requirement of the SEP, but my understanding is it's not public, and therefore we don't have our coastal vulnerability mapping. So I'm not sure of the date. And that's, again, I don't feel confident to make a decision based on mapping that I can't check, and I'm not sure whether it's current. I don't have confidence that there will be no long-term impact on the environmental values, such as those mentioned on the bottom of page 16 and bottom and top of page 17. I don't feel confident that the development will prevent environmental harm to future residents. I mean, this assessment process looks like it's done in situ on the development as a construction. It doesn't look into the future from what I can see. The upper reaches of the creek catchment are devoid of vegetation now. Vegetation is a natural mitigation for water management. I mean, the landscape now is just hardened sites. So there is no, preventing water from doing its natural thing, increasing surface flows. I'm also very wary. I think this is probably the key one. I'm wary about my role as a councillor in making this decision in terms of future liability, responsibility, and negligence should future residents become subjected to environmental harm, namely water inundation, land collapse, water surges, and fire. So I don't want to put my name to that. And lastly, my values just don't align with broad-scale development at South West Rocks. I've worked in environmental science and landscaping out there for 20 years. I've done biodiversity assessments. There are high conservation values. I find the archaeological nature of environmental heritage assessment very rudimentary and demonstrating a lack of understanding of current and contemporary values, connections to people and country, and obligations and harm. I'll just move. I was also part of organisations that tried to oppose 1,400 housing development at South West Rocks, and I made a representation to the Joint Regional Planning Committee in the mid-2000s to oppose saltwater, and I called my little talk "The Slow Death of Environmental Values by 1,400 Houses." The panel didn't approve that DA at the time, but the proponent then tweaked the proposal and resubmitted to find some type of lawful approval. And this is what's happened in this development. I just think the environmental law failed to protect environmental values then. I think the environmental law is failing to protect them now. This development is legal and lawful, as you've all said. The original DA found it to be lawful. The Land Environment Court found it to be lawful. The assessment has found it to be lawful and compliant. But I personally cannot put my name to approving broad-scale development at the expense of environmental values at South West Rocks. It greatly conflicts with my inner core value system, and I don't think any of us should be voting on something that compromises our ethics, nor should I be questioned about something that compromises my ethics and inner core. So I do not support this, not now, not ever.
Thank you, Councillor White. I'm coming to you in a moment, Councillor Patterson, but I could ask the General Manager, could he clarify the issue that was raised by Councillor White and the fact that these submissions, 104 submissions, were not attached to this for councillors to view?
Mr. Jackson.
Jackson, yes, thank you.
Yes, so the 104 submissions were not attached to the document. They can be made available to councillors. They weren't received in a format that's suitable to meet all of the requirements under the GIPA. So whilst we have done some redaction on them, there's certainly a lot of information in there which points to who has provided particular submissions. And yeah, so the submissions themselves can certainly be supplied to councillors, but in this instance, they've been summarised in what is a 22-page report. The applicants have also provided a report which is available on the DA portal, which provides a response to all of the issues raised in those. So yeah, at the moment, we believe that the information is available to make a decision on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. And of course, that's an option, councillors. If you wish to defer this, if you wanted to read the submissions, you shouldn't be reading information on a decision you make after. That's a decision that's up to council. Councillor Patterson, you had your light on. And Councillor Bain, you can only be asking a question. But first of all, Councillor Patterson, please.
Just asking a question on the development contributions, and I'd also like to have a number on what those contributions are, showing both of them combined. A question came up last night about, are they separate contributions? First off, how much is the total contributions on this development to council and the community?
It's in the documentation, Councillor Patterson.
It doesn't show it.
It does.
Combined.
It shows up that it's basically $1 million in contributions in 1A, 1C contributions, but I can be clarified on that. Mr. Jackson, on the amount for Councillor Patterson, please.
I haven't actually added the figures exactly, but I believe it's over $1 million, closer to 1.2 million. There are two types of things here. There's a section 64, which is going into water and sewer infrastructure, and then there's also the section 711, 712 type contributions, which is the schedule of contributions that's on one page. Condition number 59, which lists two tables for the two different stages that lists out items towards the actual infrastructure contributions in South West Rocks under the South West Rocks contributions plan.
So thank you, Mr. Jackson. Councillor Patterson, you have another question? Yes.
Yeah, I've got a couple.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. We'll go ahead, please.
So that's noting that this development is contributing to the council for its infrastructure that it will have effect on. That these contributions are there to justify that or utilise that effect that the development will have on the local infrastructure, being water and sewer. Is that the case?
Mr. Jackson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes. So in particular for water and sewer, yes, it's a contribution towards the impact then future upgrades and maintenance of the plant and equipment relating to water and sewer and the infrastructure pipework, etc. And then for the other components, it's contributing towards the
Just have another question. Well, number two more. Suppose I could ask this question to our our gentleman was online last night. But in this report, is there a which I can't remember actually reading whether it is in there, but is there a report on the benefit to the local community for jobs on construction, jobs on use, and then economic development, economic benefits to the local community?
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Jackson.
The no, an economic analysis is not provided. It's not incumbent on a planning proposal to provide a financial feasibility and community impact in that respect, in terms of financial impact on the community.
Because just noting to me on that, could be another question that that we all seem to be fixed on the effect negatively rather than the effect positively that this will have on housing, this will have on jobs, this will have on the local economy. So I just think that we can't forget that. And I just noting that I will be putting an amendment up that in this recommendation that should be point 2.
You're foreshadowing a motion now.
Yes. If this
foreshadowing an amendment or a motion,
I'm foreshadowing a motion that includes point 2, which I will be adding.
Yes.
Point 2 would be noting that the contribution this development will have to the local economy and community. That will be an amendment to point. That will be putting into point 2 because we don't have one there at the moment in the recommendation.
Second point. It's the motion at the moment, Councillor Patterson. So you're moving an amendment.
Yes.
Thank you. And it's up to Councillor Whittington whether you would want to accept that amendment into your motion.
Yeah. Thanks very much for listening to Director Jackson.
No, you
can I accept it or not?
It's up to you whether to accept it, and you get to speak again, and you can ask more questions. But at the moment, we need to know.
I'd like to ask Councillor Patterson why.
You could certainly. Please
Yeah,
ask him a question. You can ask a question at any time, and Councillor Patterson may or may not want to answer the question. It's up to him.
I answer, and I apologise for not talking to you previously, but it's just in relation to this development about the magnitude of, I suppose, time and the interest by the local groups of South West Rocks, that there doesn't seem to be any show of benefit that we're passing this. There is a show of benefit, I believe, in the fact that it's going to give us some housing, it's going to give us some jobs, it's going to give us a better outcome for our local economy. But nowhere in this it states that. So I just find that as a councillor, I would like to note that in this development approval, which is what we're doing here, that it's come to us to approve this development.
So you're speaking to your amendment. We don't have a seconder for that amendment.
No, that was
my question.
Okay, so you're accepting it or not, Councillor Whittington?
Honestly, I don't see the relevance of it. This is a DA application that's asking for approval. We haven't approved it. We haven't voted on it. I don't really see the relevance. We understand that it could bring economic benefit to the town, but I don't know it, and I don't really want to note it.
Okay, so you won't be accepting it? So, Councillor Patterson, you're moving that, and we need a seconder. So, anyone would like to second Councillor Patterson's amendment to add a point 2? Yeah, Councillor Saul.
Just want to note it's not going to. Yes.
Councillor Patterson, I think you've already spoken to it, but do you wish to speak a bit further on that?
Yeah, just a little, if that's okay. And in no way am I trying to remove relevance of this, which is in front of us now as council to pass this development.
Okay, this is Nicholas Blanche. I had a missed call from this.
Aaron. Yeah. I'm no way trying to make this any less more relevant. I am trying in my amendment. I'm just trying to add the fact that there will be benefit to the area where we've spoken in council here many times about the ability to have accommodation in a lesser area with more people in the lesser area. I believe that that's what this is providing. I believe this is providing more shops that the economy needs. This notes that there's restaurants. South West Rocks needs more restaurants. This also notes. Well, that's what this.
No, sorry,
Yeah. So that's. I'm not trying to take away from anything from the original motion, but I feel that it's not being noted because there's been so much interest in this that that we have forgotten about the benefits that this will bring to the community. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now speaking about the amendment. Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I think Councillor Patterson, in his own style, was trying to convey the importance of how the economy works in South West Rocks and how we need to generate more economic growth, and also the benefit of having people come live, develop and play in South West Rocks. Mr. Mayor, this is only a point 2 of the motion. It's for approval. I think Councillor Patterson just wants to have that known in the community that it would be definitely a bonus to have that development done. It's been conjectured over in the past. Now we have an approval process. Let's just make this a winner to make sure that people can have faith that their economy is growing and we're going forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. And Councillor Riddington, you have the right to speak to finalise each amendment.
thank you, but Alex has got her line. I'm so sorry.
I know that. I'm just saying to you, I'm giving you information according to the rules. You have a right to speak on each amendment before we put a motion.
Yeah, but don't I close it off?
Yes.
You
I
close
don't
off
want to close it off.
No, you can't at the moment. We're still speaking to the amendment. Councillor Bain, your light was on, so we'll hear from you, and then Councillor White.
Martin Boo, Mr. Mayor, I think this. I'm going to speak against this additional amendment. I think it confuses the issue. We are considering this DA in council because there were over 100 submissions, and again, that's another issue I'll bring up after we've dealt with this amendment. But what this amendment effectively does is states that council is pro this type of development in South West Rocks. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I clearly hear that Councillor Wyatt does not support this type of development. There is alternative forms of development. So what this is doing is confusing an issue that's quite straightforward. We're being put to make a decision about a development application which meets the legal criteria. We are not being called on to make a value judgment about future development in South West Rocks, and therefore I will oppose the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor White, and then Councillor Butterfield.
Well, I've already spoken against it, and I spoke against this as well. Yeah, and I speak against this as well. Show me the statistics. How much will it contribute to the local economy and the community? I mean, how many jobs? Is there a commitment from the developer that they will be employing local tradespeople? I mean, that's just a throwaway line. I 100% agree with what Councillor Bain said, and I think it actually sets a precedent that I'm not comfortable with, because we could add something there saying, yep, let's approve the development, but we'll also note that they clear-felled the land first. So, I agree with it's not relevant here. I hear your sentiment, but I don't think it's relevant here.
Councillor Butterfield, please.
Yeah, I sort of agree with what Alex says to a point.
Councillor White.
Councillor White.
Thank you.
Sorry. Councillor White said as well, but also with Councillor Bain, I'm not sure how it confuses anything. I think the community needs to be aware of where the contributions go, and even if something was said yesterday that's thrown away that I'll talk about later, the community doesn't seem to know where a lot of our funding goes. So I think maybe this is a good way of keeping people aware.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. Any further speakers on the amendment? You will if there's no further speakers. I would like to speak on the amendment as well. I believe that the amendment is unnecessary. If we do this, we've got to add this to every DA that comes before us and saying it'll be contributing. We know it contributes in some ways. It also changes the environment and the area whenever we approve something. So we could, as Councillor Wyatt suggested, we could also put in the number of trees cut down as an amendment too. And that's not relevant to the fact that before us today is a DA that we are asked to approve on behalf of an application from a developer. So that's mine. So, Councillor Riddington, would you like to close debate on the amendment, please?
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. With all due respect to Councillor Patterson, I can't support a development will bring. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what the economic future is going to be like. And in fact, we're in the depths of a crisis at the moment. I do think it's irrelevant. We can discuss and debate the benefits that the developer contributions may bring, and I'd always like to use may bring to our town and to our environment. So I cannot support this amendment at all.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. I will now put the amendment, which is on the screen. It's at point 2, which adds to point 1, which is the original motion. Is there any dissent from this amendment? I declare it lost. We go back to the original motion, and we have speakers who are speaking on the original motion. And Councillor Bain, you had your light on before we went to the amendment. Do you have questions, because you've already spoken on this?
Yes, my question is going back to the publication of public submissions now. So it's a question. It's a two-part question. Firstly, my understanding is that all submissions are provided to the proponent, and prior to being provided to the proponent, have personal information redacted. And so therefore my understanding is that it would be reasonably simple to then put that redacted document online, as was resolved by Council on the 21st of March 2023 at the March meeting, where there was a two-part 11.1, a two-part resolution to engage with the DA tracker platform down the line to get real-time publication of submissions. But the second part of that was aims to publish submissions on DAs within 10 working days of receipt of the submission. So my two-part question is it a fairly simple process? And the second part is, would this be fulfilling the requirements of the March resolution? And maybe we could do it in future.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. There are occasions on which redacted submissions are presented to developers. However, it is normal practice to actually summarise those and give those developers a set of issues to respond to, as opposed to a volume of raw text from submissions. That is the preferred method. So there are occasions when they are redacted and sent through. However, that's not always done. The second part of the question, is it possible to put a redacted package up on the website? Yes, it is, providing it has been redacted thoroughly and has removed all of the different personal identification, which is over and above just names and addresses. Some people say, I live next door, for instance, which is a bit of a giveaway. So a lot of the text does need to be read quite thoroughly to avoid those sorts of things. And then in terms of actually, can we put it through the DA system that we have, the green light system which we use, it is in the development queue to be done. However, they are implementing a lot of other registers to do with developments and also inspections across a number of particularly health and other regulatory areas. So it's in the work queue to get them up onto the website in a timely fashion, addressing all of those privacy related concerns along the way. But we don't have a time frame at the moment to get that done.
Thank you, Councillor Bain.
Yes, could I just follow up? So can you confirm that the proponent was provided with a summary of the submissions rather than the actual submissions in this case?
Mr. Jackson?
In this case, I believe they were provided with a redacted set of the submissions after the June 2022.
So again,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah. Again, if the proponent was provided with the redacted submissions, why were they not made available to the public?
Councillors?
Oh, and councillors who have to make this decision.
Mr. Jackson?
Apologies, Councillor Parrott. I was of the understanding they were put up on the portal. They weren't. Instead, the developers' responses to those were put up on the portal, so they can be issued.
Yeah, thanks for your work on that, Mr. Jack.
Thank you. On my list of speakers at the moment, we've got Councillor Riddington with a question and Councillor Wyatt with another question. And Councillor Butterfield is to speak to the motion. So, Councillor Riddington, your question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Picking up on Councillor Butterfield's excellent summation, most of the public don't know where the grant money comes from, where the contributions go, how the plans work. My question really is either to the General Manager, please, through you, Mr. Mayor, or Mr. Mitchell, or perhaps Mr. Trotter. Not Mitchell, Jackson. You can go, sorry. Sorry, Steve. My question is, could somebody please just give the public and our wonderful listening audience a rundown briefly on the Section 64 Water and Sewerage and the Section 711 and where they're targeted to be spent? Because I'm noting we've got pretty close to 1.2 million on this particular developer's contributions to our community.
Thank you. Mr. General Manager, please.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, the contributions both through Section 711 and for people who have been used to local government, you might recall them. They used to be referred to as Section 94 contributions. They're now called Section 711 contributions. And then there's Section 64. So Section 64 is specifically around water and sewer, and those funding will go towards the infrastructure that's actually needed to augment the system in the South West Rocks area, and they're actually all held in reserve for that particular purpose. The Section 711, as set out in the actual report, again, are all held in a reserve that must be used for those Section 711 purposes, and it's broken down across a whole range of areas in the actual report. I won't go through all of those, but they cover things like community services, open space, traffic, stormwater, bushfire, surf lifesaving, those sorts of things. So they go into specific reserves, and when the funds are accumulated in those reserves to a sufficient area, they're then utilised for specific projects outlined in that plan.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt, you had a question.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I do. It's in relation to the monitoring and the compliance with the consent conditions. So two questions. Who does the monitoring and the compliance with the consent conditions? Is it council, is it self-regulation, is it state government, or is it community reporting? So can we just outline the compliance during construction and post-construction, and also how long that goes for? And then the second part of that is there's a few things in the consents that require compliance conditions in perpetuity, like the bushfire requirements, the removal of tree or no removal of the 2 remaining trees, and retention of biodiversity and care for injured wildlife. So who monitors that in perpetuity, and what's the trigger for that?
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Mr. Jackson, please.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the consent conditions, some of the conditions require that things are actually brought to council and signed off by council specifically. Some of the plans, particularly the environmental plans, to do with construction, and other elements. Other elements will be signed off and monitored by the certifying authority. So that could be a private certifier, or they could opt to have council as a certifier. So in either respect, whoever is that nominated certifier has that responsibility. However, as I mentioned, some of those very specific clauses need to be brought to council. In terms of monitoring during construction, obviously the certifier does have obligations. The proponent and developer themselves have obligations to monitor and report, as well as council will also be undertaking inspections at times also. There is obviously the avenue of complaints-driven inspections as well, which will be investigated as they occur. And then in terms of the perpetuity type of work, it is an area where obviously there's limited resources to be at each site on a regular basis and inspecting those. So yeah, those items will be noted against those properties, and yeah, compliance with that will be monitored over time, but it will not likely be, it's not going to be 24/7 monitoring in any way, shape or form. No.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Councillor Butterfield, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to speak to the motion. I support Councillor Riddington going forward with this, and I'd like to just thank the council, just the good work they've done to work with the developers to get the best outcome for the community, because I understand that it's been very upsetting for the South West Rocks community over this time, and hoping that the developers do comply to make it as easy as possible for the community out there. But also, Councillor Saul, when he touched on the helping with job and housing, which we all know we desperately need housing. We're very short on housing, and I just think it's going to help boost the economy as the South West Rocks, and hopefully that it turns out to be a good thing for the community, not a bad thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Riddington, did you have a question?
You want me to close?
I haven't asked for close yet, but I'm just seeking any more speakers or questions. So if you've already spoken, you can't speak again unless you're closing. But people could ask another question if they've already spoken.
All right, I'll ask a question, please.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this might be a bit long-winded of a question. I'll try and get there. Talking to the developer yesterday and his presentation and counter presentation, talking about the inclusion of the fig tree mob out there. Now, could the general manager, this is something that we don't really have control over, and so it's a hard question to ask. What I'm looking for is a commitment that we have consultation with fig tree mob. We also have, throughout the process, we also have, as Councillor White very wisely suggested yesterday, male and female Aboriginal officers on site or at any time to consult, because that's really important for artefacts, because there's a genuine need from our Aboriginal community to preserve those specific gender-based items.
That's your question?
That's my question.
Thank you. General Manager, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the conditions require the proper heritage management of that, and that requires the appointment of an Aboriginal field officer to supervise all the earthworks, and any relevant recommendations of the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Assessment that was prepared for the development application need to be complied with and delivered. Council's not in a position to dictate to the developer that they must have two and gender-specific field officers on site. That is a determination that they would do with their heritage officer, their own heritage officer. And yeah, that would be their decision. It's not something council can enforce.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or speakers? Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, just as a generic question, please, to the General Manager or Director Jackson. Hypothetically, if this DA was voted down, does that allow the developer to go to Land Environment Court and perhaps adjust the conditions of consent or thereabouts?
Councillor Saul, I'll also add to your question. is there any legal ramifications if we defer it to the next council meeting, which is a possibility? So, Mr. Jackson or
the
General Manager, thank you.
Look, council can vote this down if they so choose, and I would expect would be in the Land Environment Court very, very quickly. And that would potentially open up change to the conditions, yes. Deferring it to the next meeting, yes, you can do that. You'd have to understand the basis because there's really no other information we can provide you in actually getting you to that point of actually making that decision. So it would be what would be the reasons for deferral.
Mr. Jackson?
The only thing I could add to that is, yes, if you were to defer, there is the opportunity for it also to be taken to the Land Environment Court on the basis of just deferred the 40 days, which is well past. So, it's an option, which to take this purely on the basis of the deferral to the Land Environment Court.
Thank you. Councillor Riddington, you have your light on. Do you wish to ask another question, or
No, I wish to close the debate if you'd like to call it, please.
Well, I said there's no more. I'll ask you to close debate.
That'd be
It's
lovely,
always
thank
be
you.
the case. No further speakers. So I'll now ask Councillor Riddington to close debate, please, on the motion on the screen before us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I do support this motion and I do commend it to my fellow councillors for a lot of reasons. We've really come a long way on this and I fully respect Councillor Wyatt's point of view and approach. It goes against her ethics and I admire that very, very much. I support this because we've gone through 2 major court cases. We've fought the hard battle. We have had some wins and I think life is a bit of about compromise, although to me it's been a sad thing to see the clear felling, but it's private land, private land, private land. So my thinking is I really would like to support this motion and have a vote on it. I don't support deferring it. I think let's just get this done and dusted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. I'll now put the motion before you. Is there any dissent? There is 1%. Thank you. I declare it carried. Thank you, councillors, for all of you, how we went through that debate. We now move to 10.2, which is the Crescent Head Holiday Park Revised Concept Plan on page 36. I'll ask for a mover and a seconder, please. A mover, Councillor Patterson, or Councillor Butterfield. You want to move it, did you? No. Oh, okay. No, don't jump the horses before they get to you. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Patterson. Seconder, please. And it's Councillor Butterfield. Recommendations there on the screen. It's now the motion before us. Councillor Patterson, would you like to speak to it, please?
Yeah, couple of things I'd like to note about this. In that item 1 there, noting that the parks generate $4 million in revenue that is spent in our holiday parks. Portions of that are spent at Crescent Head, but all that money is restricted funds that will be spent in our holiday parks. And that is a fantastic outcome for Kempsey Shire Council, being that holiday parks are probably the main thing that brings us income. Because one thing council's good at is having to spend money without return. The item 2 about relocating the maintenance shed. While in the last meeting, I totally agreed in the fact that we should look at reducing the height of it, and then upon the report that we got back that that was noted that it was going to cost more to reduce the height, being once a roof was cut, there's no worry on this item, and that there would be less just to move it to a site next to it. I totally support that. I have a question after this, which I'll wait until a few of my other councillors speak on item 3. But yeah, I see this whole recommendation is something that council should move with and look for support of fellow councillors for this. And I open it up now to some questions. I have some questions, but I'll wait till we get some.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Do we have any speakers for or against the motion before us? Councillor Ferguson, please, and then Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking against the motion, predominantly point 2. Firstly, can I say great job to council staff for the work they've done in design and construction of the shed. When I first saw it, I did tend to agree with a fellow councillor that the shed wasn't that bad and only blocked view for a couple of seconds while driving past. However, on this one, I believe it's gone more past about being about the shed, and it's more about the people. On a side note, we are the largest compliance organisation in the Shire, and we're responsible for compliance with so many rules and regulations. I'm not sure how anyone keeps up. I certainly can't. And in this case, we didn't quite follow our own rules, regulations, plans, or policies. At the last meeting, we came up with a solution based on information at the time, and this solution now that's put before us, I believe, is a heaps better one. Thank you to those that spoke up about it, because if they hadn't have spoken up, we wouldn't have been having this discussion at all. We have come full turn on this one and admit it wasn't done well. We have listened to concerns and negotiated with the builders on moving the shed, which as of the last meeting, couldn't be done. So in listening to the community, what is on the table now, I believe is a much better option than what was before. Now, our main problem now is the community don't really want to be just heard, they want to be engaged. I don't know many of the Crescent Head Ratepayers Association members very well, but the ones that I have had dealings with and do know seem that they are very smart, and the one main bias they have is they just want the very best for the community, but they also want to be part of what's going on in that community. If I may just jump topics back briefly, but it's still showing the relevance. I went to one of the first meetings with Rise, and there seemed to be very little negotiation on 4 stories. The meeting last night we saw, the DA now is predominantly 2 stories, and last night we saw community groups speaking in favour of the development, and also a developer opening himself up for direct contact on compliance matters. I think the time that's been done through that has been well spent. And I just feel that we should possibly do the same here. There may be a heaps better solution at little or no extra cost, and I'm wondering whether we should take the time actually to hear it. At the end of the day, the shift of the shed may still only become very small in a matter of metres and end up where it's planned here, but by listening, engaging and discussing with the community, we might see a huge shift in the relationship between community and the council. So I suppose I'm looking for support on possibly putting a short-term hold on this one, if we could have a meeting to discuss these options, with hopefully some staff on hand as well to keep us on track. And before we make a call to move the shed, let's just make sure it's in the very best position.
Thank you. Thank you, Gallery. Councillor Ferguson, you're foreshadowing a deferral of parts or all of this?
Yeah, I'm just thinking just part 2. Possibly only till next meeting, just to give them time to look at the options they have to see whether there is a better option at no extra major cost.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I will come back to you if we need to on that deferral amendment. Councillor White.
I thank you, Councillor Ferguson, for that, because I was going to speak on the fence about this, but now I'm going to speak against the motion because I was undecided at this point, but you've just helped me make up my mind. I mean, I too certainly commend council for going back to the drawing board and undertaking further investigations around the cost and the relocation of the shed versus the amended design, as we decided last meeting. I didn't attend the August briefing, so I'm not fully across the decision-making behind this new motion of 10.2. When I returned from overseas last week, I was astonished to find this motion that I put on the table in July back on the table for this meeting, and my mind's thinking, trying to analyse how do we get back here. I certainly read a lot of social media posts and emails, but as I said, I didn't attend the briefing whilst I was overseas to sort of come up with seek clarification on the reason behind this motion other than what I've read here. I attended the Crescent Head resident and ratepayers meeting last Wednesday just to gauge community perception, and it's probably a bit naive for me, but I thought that they would be delighted with the new motion. But then I started hearing the same stories I heard before about the no consultation, which is exactly what Councillor Ferguson has said here, and we heard this again last night. And I asked the Speaker what he thought on behalf of the residents, what good community consultation looks like, and the answer was as per the community engagement strategy. And again, I was surprised by that answer that he provided, because there is often criticism about the community consultation methods, particularly the Your Say, MACLEAY, and the survey process. And to be honest, I'm not 100% a fan of our community engagement strategy. I'm more than 50%, but I'm not 100% supportive of it. I still feel that there is room for improvement. And also note that our July meeting did support the establishment of the Crescent Head Community Focus Group. But I also note in this business paper here on page 37, number 2, which says, we acknowledge that improvements in the process around informing the community of the works undertaken are required. And I agree with Councillor Patterson and also the Speaker last night, and we didn't do this. So I totally support. Huh? What? Sorry, Ferguson. Yeah, I totally agree with what you say, and I have some questions too.
Thank
you. Go now or after?
We have your question now, please, Councillor.
Okay. So basically, now I'm speaking. I was speaking against it, but my questions are: in light of those comments on this page here about the that I just mentioned, which were acknowledge improvements and informing the community, can Council just outline how you got to this position today? What was the decision making process that led to this new proposal on the table, and has this new proposal been sort of discussed or with the community or the operator or the visitors or the country club? So can you just explain how we got to this position, and in terms of relocating it and the community consultation part? Did we meet number 2 on that thing?
Mr. General Manager, please.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. Basically, I'll outline what occurred, and Mr. Mitchell may want to add to this in terms of any more detail if I may miss it. Following the last council meeting, we arranged to meet on site with the builder who constructed the shed to talk about lowering the shed and what was involved in that, in line with the council resolution. In those discussions, the builder provided an option that would see the shed picked up from its current location and moved onto the adjacent sites, which was also in line with one of the presenters at the public forum at the last council meeting as one of the suggestions. That simple process of just moving it quite close to where it currently was cheaper than actually reducing the height of the shed itself, from the quotes from the builder. So having looked at that, we felt that we needed to consider the ratepayers' funds in this, and we also needed to consider the comments that we'd already received from the community, which were very, very clear. They didn't want the shed where it was. There was a suggestion from the community to move it onto this site. So we thought, well, the builder is actually endorsing both the comments from the community, well, endorsing a lot of the comments from the community that it can actually get moved and it is cheaper to do that. So that was the process we went through. We're also conscious of the need to try and act on this relatively quickly, and therefore we wanted to get this back up to council so we can get that shed moved as quickly as possible to waylay the fears of the community that is going to remain there on a permanent basis. Council staff could have just simply acted on the council resolution and lowered the shed, the height of the shed, and left it there. But we listened to what the community had to say, and we listened to what the builder had to say, and we've therefore put this report to council with recommendation 2 in line with that consideration. I don't know if Mr. Mitchell wanted to add any further. Yep.
Thank you. Did you have a further question, Councillor?
Follow-up question, please. So resulting from the speaker last night at the public forum, we talked about some issues associated with the new site around the retaining wall and the pathway and things like that. and also that there may be some other sites other than 106 and 107, I think. There will be other sites, 106 and 107. Do you have any comments on what we heard last night in terms of the new issues associated with the new site and whether or not there are any alternative sites?
Mr. Mitchell, please. Could you turn your lights off? I've got you down, please. And Councillor Bain, you're after Councillor Reddington. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess just to follow on from the General Manager's comments, the thinking that went into this was that this would be the best alternate site in terms of relocating the shed from where it currently is. There are obviously, and as the public forum speaker identified the other night, you could choose a whole host of camping sites that are currently reserved for campers or caravans. But in terms of the location, I think the suggestion was 106 and 107, which may not mean a lot to a number of people, but are sites further down along that sort of southern boundary that could be possible locations. They are better kept as camping sites. You also don't want to have a shed that's sort of stuck in the middle of camping sites either side in terms of holiday park design, access, those sorts of things. Invariably, you would try to avoid that. It's better, and I guess in part of the thinking was to have the shed where it is, or on that site close to it where we're proposing to relocate it, and that would be better from an overall management and operational perspective.
Thank you, Councillor White.
And there's also mentioned last night about the concrete slab where the shed is at the moment. What is the intent for the use of that slab? Will that be cut up or left or used for something else?
Mr. General Manager.
Mr. Mayor, it's still being considered, but certainly an asset that you wouldn't want to just cut up and replace and just leave as an open space. It can be used to store the bins and potentially other things on there. You would still look at how you fence and landscape that area, and the path would still proceed in line with the previous council resolution, with it running down onto the internal road. So as people came off that path, they'd be looking in a very similar direction as what they currently do on that path.
Thank you. Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to speak against this particular motion, really number 2. I really thank Councillor Ferguson and Councillor White for their really, really good summary, because you put down all the questions I had here to ask. I believe that we really do need to consult with the community about this, and we could all go back to the shed being moved again, but I really do believe we need to engage more and more effectively with our community, and we acknowledge that we didn't get this right, but now we're going a long way to fix it. I note that there have been suggestions for moving it, like 106, 107. From the briefing last night, I think we might even need 3 sites for that particular suggested site to move it to. But we really do need to do a little bit more work into this. So can I please ask a procedural thing?
Yes, you can.
With Councillor Ferguson, are you going to foreshadow a motion on this, or should I do it?
I hadn't really got that far, so I'm happy either way, because I think we all know what I'm trying to say. So if you've got something in mind, I'm more than happy to. Yeah. What? So no, I'll pass that to you.
You sure?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, well, I'd like to foreshadow an amendment, please, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I'd like to say that we need to have more community consultation on item 2, and to look at other suggested sites, and to work with the community through Councillor Wyatt's previous motion in July with the consultative group in Crescent Head.
So your amendment, you're moving an amendment, Councillor Redding, if I make this clear, of removing item 2 and renumbering all the other items, and then adding a new item, possibly item 7, that the relocation of the shed go back to community consultation process. Is that what you're suggesting?
That's what I'm saying.
Yes. Any advice on that, Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, just listening to the discussion, and if I could propose something that I think is in line with what Councillor Ferguson is suggesting. is that council would move points 1, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So that would become what points 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. And then there would be a new 6. And that is that council requests a further report to the September council meeting in relation to relocation of the shed following an on-site meeting with councillors, staff and representatives of the Crescent Head Residents and Ratepayers Association. Yep.
You accept that as an amendment? So
She doesn't accept it.
Councillor Patterson may or may not accept it into his motion. Councillor Patterson.
I have a few questions first, because I believe there's a procedural issue here.
Ask your question, please.
Yeah. So, procedurally, where do we sit in relation to the previous outcome of the July meeting? So I've got it in front of me. Note the concerns raised by the community. Acknowledge the improvements in its process around informing the community of the works undertaken. Reduce the height of the shed, minimise the visual structure, complete the landscape works proposed to reduce the visual impacts of the structure, align the path with the eastern side of the shed. Procedurally, where do we go? Because that is a
good question. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Yes, I understand what you're coming at. Now, I'll ask the gentleman to clarify, please. Thank you.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. Council staff are obviously very, very aware of that. And what we have done, I guess, in the process of looking at implementing that is seen a way in which we could save the ratepayers' funds and also address the issues raised by the community, hence what we've put up today. So it's not that the resolution is not being acted on, it is being acted on. It has resulted in a further report to council, and depending on what comes out of today's meeting, council staff will then act on that, which still relates back to that July council meeting.
Point 3 in that meeting.
Speaker on, please. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
so question again.
Like, I'm not saying no.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if we're going back on ourselves without, do we need a procedural motion to say that point 3 from last meeting was rescinded? I'm just wondering.
Good question. Yes, we'll get some direction. Mr. General Manager, please. Do we need to have a rescission?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We discussed this at our executive leadership team and also with Mr. Thorogood. We don't believe we need a rescission motion, because what we're doing through the process we're working through is providing actions in relation to that resolution, which provide still the intent of council, which is to deal with the impact of the shed in terms of views. So at this stage, we don't believe we need a rescission motion for that. If council were to adopt either what is recommended or something along the lines of an amendment that's on the screen, then we still believe we are acting on that and we'll still have an outcome in line with the wishes of the council.
Okay, so Councillor Patterson, you understood that. You are going to accept the amendment move or not?
I do, but I think we do. I think we have other things, and I have other questions to ask on other things in that.
Yes, for sure.
Points, because there is some things in there that I think will need amending.
Right, thank you.
And one of my questions on our way to that point is that as council, I believe that we're managers of the Caravan Park, that we put it out to be run by an organisation, which we have. The Caravan Park is Crown land. If we say we're going out to the community in relation to making modifications or doing anything that can interrupt or change the income of a caravan park that's on Crown land, if we're going to the community owners of Crown land is the whole of the state of New South Wales. Is that correct? So when we're going to the community for consultation, that's why I can't quite accept that when we're just going to restrict the community members being the ratepayers of Crescent Head. It just doesn't follow I believe our proper procedure, because, you know, at the same time when we're representing the community, what about the people in Bellbrook and people in Warren and Stewart's Point? They're all ratepayers. They all have rates to pay, and they all want a return for that. So when we say community members, I really don't follow that. You know, if we're just restricting it to that.
I understand your point, Councillor Patterson. We might have some advice from Mr. General Manager, please.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. Councillor Patterson's actually correct. The holiday park, in fact, all the foreshore that's actually Crown land, is actually held on in trust and on behalf of the entire population of New South Wales. So technically, any consultation on any Crown land should, in some way engage the entire state population. Now that, obviously is logistically pretty well impossible. It's difficult to achieve. Trying to ensure that even across the Shire on a matter like this is difficult. The issues that have been brought in this particular case have been raised by the Crescent Head Residents and Ratepayers Association. It hasn't been raised by the broader community. And I think in terms of just efficiency and having input from the key interested parties in this particular case, the wording in point 6 there has those representatives from the Crescent Head Residents and Ratepayers Association attending that meeting. When that report comes back, it will outline what occurred at that meeting and the suggestions from that, but it will also still need to be considered in relation to the commercial operations of the facility, because at the bottom line, it's those commercial operations that bring money back into the pot, literally into the pockets of every ratepayer in the Shire, because the profits that are actually made out of that holiday park and their other holiday parks goes back into those Crown reserves, which means we do not have to spend ratepayers' money on that. So every bit of money that comes in there actually helps every one of us as ratepayers. So in that way, it actually does cover the benefits of the whole Shire.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Finally, Councillor Patterson, I just need to know, are you accepting the amended motion that's before you?
I just wish, and I'm asking my fellow councillors if there's any, and possibly, General Manager, if there's any other wording that could, like, I don't mind the Crescent Head Ratepayers Association being there, but I feel it's a bit too specific. Why haven't we got a representation of the club out at Crescent Head? Why haven't we got a surf life saving representation? Why don't we have a representation of the business owners? So I'm just, yeah. If we had something else added into that, I've got no issue with it. We had, and possible members of the community or something. I'm asking for.
I'll put it to my fellow councillors and your fellow councillors, Councillor Patterson. Anyone has a suggestion to add words to point 6 so that will make the motion acceptable to Councillor Patterson, and this is an amendment at the moment. Councillor White, would you make a suggestion, please?
Semicolon and interested parties.
And interested parties?
Yeah.
You accept that would cover it? Councillor, Mr. General Manager, advice on that?
Could I just ask Councillor White just a clarification? How would we control that, and how do we control the numbers for having an on-site meeting there? And if it's interested parties, we could end up with 100, 200 people.
Representatives of interested parties.
Okay, so again, the question there is how do we, asking for representatives of the Crescent Head Residents and Ratepayers Association, the Crescent Head Residents and Ratepayers Association between themselves will work out who those 2 or 3 representatives are. That's easy for them because they're incorporated by their association. They've got clear leadership and that within that. But if we just open it up to anyone, you could quite easily end up with a meeting that is totally unmanageable on site and could even potentially be unsafe given the numbers we have.
Okay. I then just suggest that it's an on-site meeting, a one-off on-site meeting for representatives of Crescent Head Ratepayers Association plus representatives from the caravan park operators plus the country club.
Yes.
Which you might end up with.
Those are people that had input into this motion previous meeting.
So we're adding that in now, and just to be clear, anyone else in the Crescent Head community that has a issue that they would like raised in this on-site meeting, they could go to the representatives of the Crescent Head ratepayers and put their position to them, and then that could flow through to that meeting. So adding those
we need
in.
to have an approximate date. So just a question on that, and when that meeting will be held by councillors on site.
Well, there's an issue there. I'm sure Mr. General Manager will manage it. We'd have to have the meeting before the close of date for the next agenda.
Yeah, this meeting would have to be held in the next 2 weeks.
In the next 2 weeks, Mr. Councillor Patterson.
Okay, do we need that written in there, or is that something that we just take on board?
It's already written in there because the report's got to come to the September council meeting.
Okay, that's it. Right. You're accepting that now?
So I'm accepting it now, but like I said before, I have questions on the other items.
Okay. So because this is an amended motion now, all councillors who have already spoken on the original motion may now speak to this. So you don't just have to ask questions. The next speaker was Councillor Bain, who's been patiently waiting, but thank you, Councillor Bain.
Could I move that we move into committee of the whole?
You could move that. We need a seconder.
Yeah.
Councillor Wyatt. The motion is that we go into the committee of the whole, or a procedural motion it is. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent from the 8 councillors here. I declare it carried. We're now in the committee of the whole, which means we've got to be debating the amended motion that's on the screen. Okay. So, Councillor Bain, did you wish to speak, please?
Yes, I think it's that the idea of consultation is very difficult because, as Councillor Patterson pointed out, who do you consult with? And I think we've got the focus group or the representative group yet to be developed. But I think I'd like to thank Councillor Ferguson for his very apt amendment. And I think this is a really good way forward. I was personally, I thought when I first heard that the shed was going to be moved, I thought, well, this is great. This is a proposal that the shed was moved. This is, it's a win for community consultation. But then I quickly realised that this wasn't acceptable to the community. I think the path is really, really important. Like the safety of the path, the appropriateness of the path. These are things that we need to sit down and talk with the community about. I support this amendment, and I think it's a good move forward. And I'd like to clarify as well, please, that when Mr. General Manager was discussing this, he referred to saving ratepayers' funds. Now, I know that people respond to that by going, "Oh, hang on, these aren't ratepayers' funds; these are park funds." But the further point was that ratepayers the money that comes out of the parks goes into the development of those Crown land areas, which saves ratepayers having to use that money. So for clarification, how does the Crescent Head community benefit from the income of caravan parks? If that could be addressed, please.
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Bain. So, yeah, quite obviously the holiday parks are an incredibly important asset for us as council. As was noted in the report, they generate significant revenue, which is restricted in terms of its use. I guess just for a little bit of background context, these are assets. They have a lot of work to be upgraded and to an acceptable standard. So from an asset management perspective, and a lot of that was sort of the thinking at the time of pulling together the 2021 concept plans for all 5 holiday parks. So there's a significant amount of investment that we need to get into those holiday parks to get them up to an acceptable standard. And then the benefits that will then flow to the community will be even greater. So at the moment, some of the revenue from the holiday parks goes towards the the maintenance of those reserves across the Shire. Some of it gets allocated to fund lifeguard services at our patrol beaches, and some of it, where available, can then fund other new projects. Unfortunately, where we are at the moment, there's a significant amount of investment that needs to go into the holiday parks to get them just back up to an acceptable standard, let alone some of the improvements that have been proposed as part of that concept plans that will actually then generate additional revenue, which will then be able to go back into more broader projects. So to give you some context, there are projects that we are funding at the moment from grants. So, for example, some of the works that are happening at Horseshoe Bay, which is funded out of an Untitled grant that we could use for other things, right? That's on the reserve. That, if we had the sufficient reserves available from the holiday parks, could be funded, and then those funds could be used for an alternate project. We've got a whole lot of identified items in adopted master plans, which we don't have funding for. So those master plans on Crown reserves. So that includes work that we may want to do out at Crescent Head. Could be playgrounds at Crescent Head, could be things like the proposed kiosk at Horseshoe Bay. All of those, some fantastic projects which will benefit not just the community, but will also benefit, to Councillor Patterson's point, the broader population of New South Wales who visit these fantastic locations. And so what we're trying to do, and I understand it's a balancing act for us as council, right? And I understand some of the perspective that it's all being run commercially, but it's being run commercially for community and communal benefits. So everything we're trying to do is to get these assets to a standard where they provide an ongoing revenue stream, which we can then use to push back into funding works that at the moment we can't fully fund from the reserves and therefore are getting subsidised out of general ratepayers, or indeed we'll be able to deliver further improvements on those reserves that benefit the community and also from a tourism benefit as well. So it is a long game for us in terms of trying to get to that stage, and there are definitely benefits that we get now, but we'll get more as we get those holiday parks to the standard that we need to.
So can I just
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Councillor Bain, you wish to add more?
sorry, can I just confirm that my understanding is correct, that it's actually park funds that will be used to or reserves from the holiday park that will be used to pay for the movement of the shed, if that's what happens, or any works on the shed. However, the flow-on effect from that will be to impact ratepayers' funds.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Councillor Bain, sorry, I should have been really clear about that. So any investment that we're doing, particularly within the boundary of the holiday parks, will always be funded from out of those holiday park reserves, which are restricted to be used on Crown land reserves only. So we'll obviously be doing that. What it does just do, it just takes some of that money that's been allocated to deliver some of those other services or some of those future projects, it just starts to eat into that. And so that just impacts, I guess, on timing or our ability to do other things.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Councillor Ferguson, followed by Councillor Butterfield, and then Councillor Patterson again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick one on that topic of cost. Obviously, any delay is going to make the cost of this move go up and a meeting with staff time, but is there any other significant cost implications of this delay that we should be aware of before voting on it?
Mr. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of any other significant costs. It means that the shed will sit there as it is until all this is actually done. But there shouldn't be any other significant costs that are actually involved. We're going through the REF process and things like that. But yeah, if it goes to another site, most of that material will be able to use for another site anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Butterfield, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most of my questions have already been answered up until now. But I'd like to just agree with what's been put forward here. I was originally with the feedback that we got from the July meeting from the residents and the speakers, which led council to going back and reassessing everything. I thought what they came up with was a rather really good idea. After Councillor Ferguson put forward, I thought that was also a good idea as well. But I'm just starting to think, where do we stop with all this We let them speak once. We went back and we amended it. They came back and still don't agree. At what point do we stop? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. Welcome to the world of democratic debate, I think, is the answer to that question.
It all changed. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson, please, and then Councillor Wyatt. I'll keep an eye on the clock. We're going to go to morning peace soon. Councillor Patterson.
I've just got some questions on the other points. First one is point, where are we? Number 3, and it notes the installation of the safari tents within Area 4 adopted at Crescent Head Park concept plan will shortly commence with the existing 3 cabins retained rather than replaced by safari tents. Are we going to have a plan showing this elevation of these tents in relation to obstructing views?
Mr. General Manager, please.
Through Mr. Mayor, it's item 2 now. In what's in front of the council, this is what it was item 3 in the original recommendation. Yeah, it's item 2 in this now. What's been recommended there is that council proceed in line with the adopted concept plan, and that is to proceed with installation of the safari tents. The original concept plan had safari tents all the way along that front section, including replacement of the 3 cabins. Having gone to tender and received the costings back, and that's with all the decisions we make around the holiday parks, we make business decisions, it is more appropriate not to put the safari tents all the way along there from an economic and a return perspective. The recommendation is to put 5 safari tents along there and simply replace at an appropriate time the existing 3 cabins with 3 more cabins. The council report has some profiles of those tents so the public can actually see what those tents will actually be looking like. And they would be placed on the sites that, on a regular basis already have caravans and tents and those sorts of things on those sites on an ongoing basis anyway.
That's my question, is still back on that same subject, is the Crescent Head Holiday Park concept plans. Concept plans is not a DA plan. The concept plan is showing this what it could look like. I'm just questioning that, just knowing that the influence that the groups of Crescent Head have had on when there's changes made. It's a concept plan. It doesn't say that it's the plan.
Mr. Mitchell might explain that further to you, Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, it's the adopted position of council is to implement the concept plan. That's council's adopted position. That is what staff are directed to do, and that is what staff are doing.
Yeah.
And again, that then comes down to operational matters about the business return on what to do there. And what is being recommended is that we proceed with council's adopted position to install those tents, but to reduce the number of them and simply replace the 3 cabins with 3 more cabins at an appropriate time. So that is all simply in line with the directions council has given staff already.
Okay, so it brings me to the other question, which is up there, and number 5, which is the original number 6, notes that the amended Crescent Head Holiday Park concept plan will be publicly exhibited prior to being reported to a future council meeting for adoption. So those two are the same thing we're just talking about.
Okay, through Mr. Mayor, I'll explain, I guess, work through the whole of the what is there before the councillors. So number 1 is just simply to note the value that the community obtain out of having holiday parks. $4 million in revenue comes into those parks, and we get a reasonably good share of that goes back into the Crown Reserves, as Mr. Mitchell has already explained. Point 2 is we continue to proceed as per council's adopted position to put in the safari tents, although a fewer number than in the concept plan, because the business case doesn't stack up to put all of them in there and replace those. Number 3 is also in line with the council's adopted position, and that is to replace the sheds on Area 3 that are actually on that plan that are existing cabins and that are at the end of useful life and need to be replaced. So that would proceed as per council's adopted position. Point 5 really is to say that we're doing both of those things, but depending on what comes out of the meeting we have on site and the September council meeting, the shed is going to be moved, and there is opportunity for us to make up some of that lost income from taking some of those sites to place the shed, wherever that ends up, by replacing some more normal sites that bring in about $15,000 a year with some more cabins that bring in around $65,000 a year, and simply to replace those. And what we're proposing is that change to the concept plan will go back out on exhibition, so that the community have input into that prior to any action to proceed with that. And it's trying to get this balance between listening to the community. We have acknowledged that we've made a mistake where we put that shed. If we move it to somewhere else and we lose income from that, is there a way to actually make that income up? Yes, we believe there is, but we need to take that back out to the community as well.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt, please.
I just have a couple of minor amendments for what is now point 1 and point 5. It's just wording. So the first one is, can we just add that 40% of which comes from the Crescent Head Holiday Park? I know it's in the report, but it's just...
Where do you want to add it,
in point number 1. So it says, notes that the MACLEAY Valley Coastal Holiday Park generates $40,000 of revenue, of which...
4 million.
Yeah. 4 million revenue, of which Crescent Head Caravan Park Holiday Park contributes 40%.
Councillor
Just
Patterson.
clear. And then the second one is...
Can we deal with each one separately, please? Let's be clear here. It may be acceptable to the mover, Councillor Patterson.
I'd just like to know if it's achievable at the moment with short notice with the...
We're just trying to get the right numbers, Councillor Patterson.
Yeah. Putting in how much.
It says it there.
Crescent Head. It's in there somewhere, but I just don't know if that's not. I think it said 40% of the income comes from Alex, in the report, it does state that there's 40% of the income.
To be like, when I just looked at that straight up, I thought, oh wow, Crescent Head brings in $4 million worth of revenue. And I know that's my reading error. But, you know, it's sometimes people that don't read a 5-page report if it's up front.
So, you have a final number there, Mr.
But I don't mind if you don't.
You can say approximately. Yeah. You
potentially,
Mr. Mayor, you go notes that the MACLEAY Valley Holiday Park generate over 4 million in revenue in 2022-23. With approximately 40% of that coming from the Crescent Head Holiday Park.
Councillor Patterson, you accept that?
Yeah, it's in the report anyway.
Yeah. Okay, and the second one, Councillor White?
It's now.
Just hang on, the staff are still trying to catch up.
Oh.
At the end of this, councillors, I will call an adjournment for morning tea, and then we'll come back to continue.
You're just getting the minutes updated.
We're still getting number 1. Contributes approximately 40%.
Yeah, that's not good.
Leo. Ask about that cardigan on the back.
Yes, while we're waiting, members in the public gallery at the last council meeting, wonderful colourful coat and scarf was left up the back. It's on the table. If you own it, would you please take it with you, please?
Yep.
And your second amendment, Councillor Wyatt, please.
Yeah. The second one is to now point 5. Yep. Now point 5. Just to add, semicolon, that community consultation includes a poster or sign display near the caravan park for people to have a visual on the concept plan and its amendments. So like a call flute sign with picture of the concept plan on it at the
Sure.
caravan park so people can see what it is.
Mr. General Manager, would that be necessary or would that be done anyway?
That's actually impinging on operational matters and dictating what the staff do in terms of operational areas.
All of
So it would not be appropriate
Why not?
because the council's role is to provide policy and strategy. The decision is to actually undertake the consultation. It's the staff's responsibility to operationalise that, which goes to the detail of how that has actually occurred.
Okay. Thank you.
Isn't that okay? I dispute that. I mean, isn't this? We're here because we're talking about community
Yeah,
consultation.
we won't debate.
We're not saying we won't do that, but it's not appropriate that it's in the resolution.
Look forward to seeing it.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. At this point, we are still in Committee of the Whole, and I'm going to adjourn the meeting for morning tea. We'll come back at 11:05, and we'll continue being a Committee of the Whole, and we'll need a motion to come out to deal and decide this motion before us. Thank you, everyone.
Councillors, the stream's going live.
Welcome back, everyone. Sure, we've been discussing how well the Matildas will go tomorrow night. Extra information for you. If you haven't already done so, you can book online to go to Kempsey Majestic Cinemas and see it on the big screen. And it's free. Thank you for the calling out from the gallery, but we're not accepting that. We know the Diamonds won. We're hoping that Matildas win. So we're back in Committee of the Whole at this time. We've just had Councillor White speak. We are still in Committee of the Whole until someone moves that we come out of the Committee of the Whole and consider the motion that's been before us and has been amended and accepted by Councillor Patterson, the mover. So, John, Councillor Saul, please.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we come back to open council, please.
Councillor Saul's moved that. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ferguson. That's a procedural motion. Is there any dissent? No dissent. We're now back in the main debate on the motion before us. And when there's no more speakers, I'll ask Councillor Patterson to close debate. Are there any further speakers on the motion that's on the screen? Amended motion? If not, I'll ask Councillor Patterson, would you like to conclude debate on 10.2?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In conclusion, I'd like to give thanks to my fellow councillors and also the council staff for this recommendation to finally come to fruition. That it sets the future direction for the CRESCENT holiday parks, with the exception of number 6, which will be brought back. We'll have a meeting and be brought back to council that next month. So I'd just like to just mention in closing that and this is for everyone who's here, councillors, gallery, everyone, that as a councillor, making decisions that benefit the whole community should always be on top of our mind. But sometimes on top of our mind is a decision that's made in relation to us looking at our council staff and recognising their contributions and their education, their abilities in helping us make those decisions. Also talking to the public and being members of the public like we all are, being ratepayers and people who live in this community. So I commend the fact that council is being seen, I believe, to be working, being seen to change I suppose the direction on little places here and there, but I believe that we're heading in the right direction for a great outcome for our whole community and for the community of Crescent Head. So I look forward to my fellow councillors supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. The debate is now closed. We will vote on it. We're going to vote with the usual procedure, which is dissent. Is there any dissent from the motion on the screen? If not, I declare it carried unanimously. And we now move on to item 10.3, MACLEAY Valley Adventure Park update. The recommendation is on the screen in a moment. Yes, there it is. How quickly they can do this. It's amazing technology. There are 4 points to the recommendation. Do we have a mover to make the motion? Councillor Patterson. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Patterson, would you like to speak to the motion before us?
Thank you. I have a number of questions that I will ask after I speak. Make a short speech on this. The thing about council, along the lines of what I said before, is thinking about our future and thinking about what we can do, not what we can't do, what we can achieve, not what we can't achieve. For those people that aren't even ratepayers of our society yet, for our community, those ones that aren't even born, so we have to make sure that we've got the best as we can to set a future for our youth, for our local economy, a future that is something that brings people here, that holds people here. That one of the reasons I became a councillor, I've said it a few times, is I don't want my children to leave and never come back because there's nothing here. This recommendation for the adventure park, I mean, it's not our fault as that COVID hit and inflation went through the roof, but I will be looking forward to my fellow councillors supporting this and looking to our future, looking to the unknown, looking to the possibilities. We all should have possibilities. If we never went ahead with the cinema in Kempsey, that possibility of that being a developed area may never have happened. So I now open it up to debate, if that's all right.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Do we have any speakers? Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that we go into committee of the whole, please.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Wyatt. I'll put the procedural motion that we go into the committee of the whole. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. They are carried. We're now in the committee of the whole. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Riddington?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I find that this adventure park, while being aspirational, is perhaps a bridge too far for our community. I'll be speaking against this motion and probably would like to foreshadow some amendments, but I'd really like to have a proper and useful discussion with my fellow councillors on it. There's a lot of problems with this, with the grant funding. We've been told that we've been unsuccessful in getting the full scope of the project. That's unknown as to where we go, and council could be looking at another bill of several million to fund this particular project. I do agree with Councillor Patterson that we need some economic development, but I think it has to be the right one. And this may have happened several years ago, and I know we got the bushfire grant funding for local economic recovery, but I really can't see in my heart that this is the right way to do local economic recovery in a time of exceptionally high inflation, and our community is really doing it tough. I'd really like to ask a few questions, if I can, about whether or not we hand the grant money back. Are we going to have any outstanding debt owed to the state government or anybody else for this particular project? And are we really in a position, when we're looking at a special rate variation and a report coming to council in November, in a position to go to the community and ask them to support this, especially with depreciation? I know depreciation is always factored into council's finances, but on a grant of $11 million, even if we spend $11 million, still going to be quite a substantial amount of money every year. Perhaps about 250 grand, and then we've got the ongoing costs of the airport, which is about $500,000. So I'd really like to open up for a really good debate on the whole subject about where do we actually go.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. You've asked a couple of questions there, and I've asked the General Manager if he could respond to them, please.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. As outlined in the report, Council has the option to make a call on this project today, and they could actually terminate that funding agreement today. The advice I finally got on Friday from the government is that Council would not be liable for the funds that are expended to date. They would see that as sunk costs, so there is no cost involved for Council should Council be determined to terminate the funding agreement today. Just in relation to the comment about depreciation, yes. The question of depreciation was first asked by Councillor Morris about 3 years ago, and so Council's always been aware with this project there's going to be depreciation somewhere in the order of $200,000 to $250,000, depending on the extent of the project. It is a similar issue Council has with any new major facility. It was a similar issue we had to put depreciation on our books for the high performance centre at Southwest Rocks. We'll be putting more depreciation on our books for the new pavilion and the netball pavilion at Eden Park. They are all things that we are going to be adding depreciation onto our books for. It's one of the dilemmas Council needs to face with any new infrastructure, particularly infrastructure that's funded through grants, that they do come with ongoing costs. And that's just a priority decision Council makes as to what project has a priority over others, that you determine whether you want to actually accept that because of, one, the benefit it brings to your local community, both from in the cases of the Adventure Park, Eden Sports Pavilion, those sorts of things, from a sport and recreation point of view, and also the economic benefit that those facilities actually bring in to the local economy. It's not just a simple rating depreciation, it's depreciation against those other benefits, whatever these projects are, that bring to our community as well.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Bain, you wish to speak.
Muddingby, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Riddington's assertion that the plans for the Adventure Park and an elite swoop canopy, elite skydiving operation with the swoop canopy pool does not gel with the reality of what our community is facing. We're a low socioeconomic community. We have significant economic challenges due to bushfires, flooding, etc. There's a couple of ways I would like to approach this, and I'll chuck them out there to open up discussion. One is that that Council explores options to divert remaining funding to alternative economic recovery options, potentially putting more into the sale yards, so that we could look at something like, if we look at Tamworth and Scone, the level of renovation that they've done for their regional sale yards, to the fact that they use them as conference and wedding venues, whereas our sale yards, currently are pretty ordinary, and I realise that there is a fair bit of money going into them, but we could use more. Or alternatively, look at something like if we could divert it to the a library at Southwest Rocks, for example. What are there alternatives like that? Have we explored? I've brought this up previously and told it's just not going to happen, but I think maybe we could explore that there are alternate options. Alternatively, possibly amending number 4 to say that if the funding body proceeds to instead of delivering the reduced scope, to put the reduced scope out for further community consultation. So either one of those directions, or both. We could adopt both. Anyway, that's just chucking that in there to have a think about.
Councillor Wyatt, and then Councillor Patterson had his light on, then Councillor Riddington, and then Councillor Butterfield. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to speak against this as well. I think,
Just pull the microphone towards your mouth. That's the trick. Thank you.
I was going to speak against this as well. I'm concerned about the reduced scope of the project, which is essentially delivering part of it. And I note that there's a lot of local, regional, state plans and strategies that lend support to the project. I certainly like the intent of the idea of bringing something new and innovative to the Shire. I mean, I hear people's voices, the voices saying that Kempsey Shire, the people of Kempsey Shire won't be able to afford to visit this, and there's no dispute here. But I don't think this is just an activity for the local people in isolation. I think it's about bringing something new, unique, and an innovative business venture to Kempsey Shire to increase economic prosperity across the Shire. And this is direct, indirect, and residual benefits. For example, Coffs Harbour has their big football stadium up there, and I'm fairly confident in saying that not everybody goes and uses that stadium to play football or soccer. Maybe might get some increase following the success of the soccer, and I remember seeing a fantastic Elton John concert there, so that's pretty good. But I'm sure it wasn't built there just for those people of the Shire to go and visit there. It was about bringing in a business venture that was new and innovative, and something that stands that Shire alone, so that we're not all clones of our shires to the north, to the south, and the west. So I just wanted to make that point that I completely hear you, that it's not going to be affordable for us. Our Shire is economically disadvantaged, no question. But I don't feel this is not just about delivering a project in isolation for our residents. But as I said, I am concerned that it's delivering part of the project. Don't think that it's within the intent of those strategic plans to deliver a part of the project. And I just don't think that we should be held to those plans, given that the funding is not sufficient to deliver the original scope. I have a couple of questions as well. In the business paper, I'm confused by this statement that says the MVARP has been in the planning and development stage since 2018. Throughout this time, there has been strong and ongoing support by the council to deliver this project for the community. So I'm just wondering, the questions that I have is around that community consultation. Can you please outline what has been the community engagement process and responses associated with the project in its entirety, culminating in the DA proposal? So that's question one. What is the basis for saying that the community is on board with this?
Thank you. We'll get an answer on that if I could. Mr. General Manager, please.
Through Mr. Mayor, as I said last night, the concept of this was originally first proposed by Coff Skydiving back in the mid-2000 teens. It was then totally independently developed in early 2018 and over 2019. During that time, a range of different community groups were consulted. I recall having a meeting here actually with a group of our local Indigenous community actually came in and actually were briefed on this. It's been part of the ongoing consultation that we've done around our DPOP each year. It's been included in that to actually see what was actually there. It was a grant proposal to the Growing Local Economies Fund Phase 1 initially. The key community consultation has been its inclusion in the DPOP, in the Horizons 2030 and in the regional economic development plans. They have been the key elements of it. I can go into the feasibility of that separately. I haven't been asked about that, but I can do that separately if I'm asked. The DA, and there was a comment made last night in relation to that there was no community engagement in relation to the DA. The DA is a process about simply planning. It's not about feasibility. It's not about whether to proceed with the project or not. It is simply a planning matter, and it was exhibited and met all the requirements that the state government set for such a body, for such a project, and it was independently assessed by the Northern Regional Planning Panel. So it has had continual support even as late as June this year when this council adopted as part of its DPOP.
Did you have a further question there, Councillor Wyatt?
I do have a couple. Just in relation to the DA and exhibited, do we know how many responses they got from that?
The DA, I understand there was 10 responses.
And then can I ask some more questions?
Yes, you're the floor.
I'm also sort of thinking about an amendment of sorts. So I just want to know what is the status of the DA if councils reject the proposal, and what would it take to maintain the option of having something on that site for the future so that we kind of retain the rights of that DA?
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, like I said, council can make the decision today to terminate the funding agreement with no financial impact on the council. In doing that, you've got an approved DA. What we would need to look at would be what would be the minimal amount of work that would be required to meet the definition of substantial commencement on that DA. And that may be as small as getting the water to the site and putting the water meter in. We'd have to just find out what that actually is, and that would then keep that DA live in perpetuity.
There'd be a cost to that.
There would be a small cost for something like that. Yeah, getting the water across the road, and that's not very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor White.
I mean, and I'm just thinking as I go here. So keeping that DA alive in its current form, or you can then put in an amendment like what Rise did. So they activated a current DA, but then they didn't go ahead and build on that DA. They just, so if we did that we activated the current DA and it was kept alive in perpetuity, somewhere along the line we could council could come back and put in an amendment DA or amendment plan.
Yep, 3 years. Yeah, that is correct. Council can modify the DA at a time in the future if it has substantially commenced that development application.
So I just put it out to other councillors. I mean, what are your thoughts?
Well, that's what we're doing. We're getting thoughts from other councillors. Councillor Patterson, then Councillor Riddington, Councillor Butterfield. Councillor Patterson, please.
About 4 questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question is to the General Manager. Are you able to comment on some of the presentations last night in the public forum on this matter, Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, certainly the presenters, made their particular cases quite clear about their thoughts on there. I think there are some things that need clarification. There was a comment made that there was an injection of $11 million of debt into council. That's factually incorrect. It's actually an $11 million grant. Council is not actually funding this at all. There was a comment made that there's been no business case or feasibility. As part of this whole process, the council first made an application to the Growing Local Economies Fund. That was a 2-stage process that the government had for that. The project was successful in stage 1 and invited to make a detailed business case and feasibility report to stage 2. That was undertaken by independent consultants Lennox and Associates. That was presented to the state government as part of the stage 2 application. That was then developed or reviewed in significant detail by the state government's engineers, project managers and economists that were actually reviewing that project. And all indications were that it was successful. At that time, we'd gone through the bushfires, and the state government established with the federal government the Bushfire Local Economic Recovery Fund to see projects that could be used to generate economic benefit to a local community. The state government, in the first phase of that, took projects that had already been through other grant funding programs that had already been assessed as meeting certain return and benefits for the community, and then did a further assessment of those projects to then come up with the funding that all the projects they funded in that first phase of the BLURF funding. This project was one of those. It went through a third assessment at that point, and then it was successful in actually receiving that funding. So there has been significant both business plan and feasibility assessed by the state government on 3 separate occasions in the process. There was a comment made about the Australian Parachute Federation, and there was a quote used. I'll quote from a letter of support that the Australian Parachute Federation provided to the various applications that council submitted. And I quote, "There are currently only 2 operational swoop ponds in the country, of which one is available to host national and international events. Having another site available will increase the opportunity to host more competition and training camps in Australia. The APF's annual national championships attracts on average 200 competitors over a 2-week period from Australia and New Zealand, 150 originating from outside New South Wales. The Canopy Piloting event has gained gained a popular international reputation in the last 5 years, drawing from the US, Poland, Korea, Russia, Brazil, France and Dubai. The letter goes on to outline more about having national and world parachute championships, the numbers of competitors, the number of spectators, both from local and overseas, and the process involved in that. And it states the proposal of another full-time, full-service skydiving facility running training courses, local national training camps and events is also very encouraging for our sport and the Federation. There was also a very strong letter of support from COF Skydiving in it, where they outlined the types of things they would look at being running there. That include a full skydiving training centre, training camps, international skydiving events, a skydiving university, adventure therapy and leadership training through that. In their opening paragraph, they write, "I'm writing this letter of support on behalf of COF Skydiving. We support the MACLEAY Valley Skydiving Adventure Park. In fact, we believe it is the most exciting and potentially influential new development to happen on the mid-north coast area. It will create employment and major interest in the Kempsey region. The benefits will be economic, social, educational, and create infrastructure that can be expanded in the future as the Adventure Park grows to its full potential." So clearly there was, from those bodies, clear evidence of support for this project, in contrary to what was commented on last night. There was comments in relation to building in a flood zone. Building in a flood zone is permitted, providing it meets particular requirements. One of the interesting conditions of the DA consent for this was it actually had to meet the 2100 climate change flood levels and being engineered as such. This particular location is faced with water that actually backs up in there. It is not actually in an area where the water is actually flowing. There's very, very low velocities simply by the water backing up and down in there. The final comment made by one of the speakers last night was $11 million can fill a lot of potholes, and this will help respond to Councillor Bain's comment as well. This funding can only be used for this project. If Council terminates this project, there is no option for this funding to be used for anything else. We have asked that of the funding body already, and the answer is very clear. No, the funding will go back to the state government and it will be lost to the community.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Patterson, you have a further question?
Yeah, I've got a couple more. Thank you. Just like to make mention that, and this is a question, that we're talking about building in possibly flood-prone areas of the $10 million grant that was received by Council for Eden Street developments. It's in a flood area, which is bringing our shire onto notice for the sporting communities around the mid-north coast that we now have all those facilities that have been built in a flood area. Minding you that was a grant from the government. The other thing is the fact that I heard someone mention earlier on that it doesn't sound like it's going to be a locally used thing. I mean, cannot be restrictive like that, I believe, in the fact that we have a world champion motorcycle racer born in Kempsey. He's Andrew Pitt, who now competes on the world stage. There is no road racing track in Kempsey. We have unbelievable youth. We have unbelievable options from this area. And we only have that because we give our youth possibilities and the future. You know, like, we can't be looking at this and say, righto, no one's going to use it, we're not going to build it. We have to look at many things that we've done. The high performance centre at South West Rocks, it came in well underfunded because the original was $3.5 million, and then that was a government grant, and the costs end up being $7.5 million. So we put it back to the community, and we came up with a great result there. So just noting that number 4 in this motion in council, that number 4 covers everything that we're talking about. Proceeds to deliver the reduced scope of facility if assessed by the funding body. The funding bodies, if I can ask through the mayor through to the general manager, would you give me an idea who is on that funding body and what sort of credentials those people have?
You're talking about the people who are making the decision on the viability. Okay. Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, just if council just give me a minute, I should be able to find the actual list of people who are, I believe, who are actually on that. I just need to find the email that contained that list. You may want to go on with something else while I'm trying to find that.
But,
yeah.
Thank you.
Got more if that's all right. With this,
I've just found it.
Okay, I got it.
So, what the Bushfire Local Economic Recovery Fund, they have a project steering group that consists of the Executive Director of Regional New South Wales, the Director of Economic Recovery Programs, the Executive Director of Regional Development, the Executive Director of Public Works, the Group Director Advisory and Partnerships in Public Works, the Director of Grant Management and Finance and Department of Regional New South Wales, a probity advisor who is independent and is not a government staff member, the manager of programs for the Department of Regional New South Wales, and the Director of Regional Programs of NEMA, which is National Emergency Management. I can't think what the A is. Authority, that's the word, yes. And then they've got a secretariat. So it's a very substantial project steering committee who would actually make that a viability assessment.
So that brings me to my next point, that we're looking at making a decision here today in a possibility to terminate this funding based on what we think, when we're not going to use the experience. Possibly, I believe we should use the experience of that group of people that will tell us whether this is viable. The other question I wanted to ask was, what is it at the moment? This is possibly through to Director Mitchell, through the Mayor, is what are the costs of running the airport at the moment? And have we been looking at a more commercial viability to help offset those costs for the whole community?
Mr. Mitchell, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Patterson, the airport runs at a substantial loss every year, and that's funded from general ratepayer funds. So our income at the moment, or budget for this year, is 70 to 80,000, in that sort of vicinity. But the costs of running that, when you include depreciation of the airport, about 740,000. So you're looking at a net cost of running the airport, including the depreciation of around about 650 to 700,000, in that sort of range. The other consideration of that is, excluding this project, for capital expenditure directly related to airport operations, is going to be quite considerable over the next few years. So we've got, I think, around about $2 million budgeted for this year for a couple of projects, of which those projects, the bigger ones, are 50% funded by the Commonwealth Government out of the Regional Airports Program funding stream. But beyond next year, we'll have probably close to $10 million, because of the significant amount of works in terms of upgrading the runway to keep it at the standard it needs to be able to operate. So that future expenditure will then be depreciated as well. So it is an incredibly expensive asset.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you.
While we're talking about money, I'll just quickly ask this question. If we proceed with it and we lease the operations to a private company, do we pay that company for operating it, or do they pay us? I'm not too sure what happens there, Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, what we'd be doing is looking at going out to the market to get an operator who would actually be paying us a lease fee for actually operating that facility. And that would cover things like the normal outgoings and things like that, and then anything on top of that.
Okay. Thank you for that. So, Councillor Riddington, Councillor Butterfield, and Councillor, who else had their light on? Councillor Bain again, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have would like to foreshadow an amendment. When I'm reading this particular motion, and we've got a funding body that has said they're not going to chip in any extra money. We've also got a funding body who really needs to assess the viability. So I think, to me, this motion needs to be delayed until we get a decision from the funding body. Wait, excuse me. I'm on, you're not. And we'll use the proceeds of the scope of the facility has to be assessed as viable. I'm really hoping that we can do an amendment to delay this until we get further information from the funding body, because the decision could be taken well out of our hands. We may not even have an issue with this if they say they're not going to fund it. So my thinking is, first up, I'm just going to make a comment. Then I want to also talk about the DA. My comment is about the grants process that's been severely criticised by the Auditor General, particularly for the bushfire economic relief funds and the pork barrelling, barrelling that has taken place, and they have received severe criticism. And in fact, our shire was mentioned in one of the reports. So to me, I'd really like to be able to see this money utilised somewhere else. I'd like to see the DA kept on foot, and I agree with Councillor Wyatt. The DA needs to be on foot because there could be other projects down the line, like social housing, for example, that we might need to do a complete amendment of the DA, but keep that on foot. Delay the decision on this one until we receive the advice from the funding body, and even if they did do a funding body agreement to say, yeah, go ahead with the 11 million, I'm also suggesting that we still have the option of terminating the agreement. So I don't see that we need to rush into this until we find out what the funding body is going to say. We need to keep the DA on foot and see how we go.
Thank you. Councillor Butterfield, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most of my questions have been answered yet again. But just to touch on a couple, as with the grant funding and many other funds and stuff we have, the community is a little bit informed or, naive to it. But as was stated, that we cannot go fix potholes if we decide not to do this grant funding. And I think the community needs to be well aware of the funding and the grants that we get, where it goes and what we can actually use it for, not think that if we don't go through with a certain project, that we can just go fill some potholes with the money. The other thing, what does, with the infrastructure, and we just reduced it, we've got the hangar, we've got the taxiway, we've got the pond connecting path, car park, entrance road, and all that will be covered by the grant. And putting the sewage and all that in, with that putting in, and no cost to council, will that help with future projects and also the running costs of the airport? Because as we know, the airport runs a significant loss every year.
Order. We've got a staff member taking photos, and a member of the public gallery is not allowed to. No, you're not allowed to even produce that phone and look like you're taking a photo. So please put your phone away. I'll give you an order. Put your phone away, and you're not to raise it again. Council staff are allowed to take photos of a council meeting as part of the communications. You are not. Mr. Haler, you're not showing respect to the rules that are undertaken here. You do. No, you're not. And you do not have a right to speak. If you wish to speak, you will have to come to the lectern on a day when we have a public forum. You do not have a right to say. No, you do not have any right to say anything from the public gallery. You speak again, you will be leaving. Council staff have a right to take a photo as part of their communications program, and you thinking that you can is not correct. You will now leave the council chambers, Mr. Haler, because you have disobeyed what I said not to have your phone in your hand. You're doing that deliberately to provoke council, and you're interrupting council's procedures. I adjourn the meeting until Mr. Haler has been removed from the council chambers.
Stream back on. Okay.
I'm waiting for the stream to come back online. You ready to resume, Scott?
Oh, sorry.
No, we're not yet. Wait.
Won't be 11. Carry to come back.
Ready yet?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, we're right. Yeah, shadows.
Okay. Right, we're back in session, and I apologise to Councillor Butterfield for interrupting his speech on the matter. But just to clarify, the gentleman in question had an act of disorder. He is supposed to follow the direction of the chair, so that there's no interruption to the debate by councillors on the issues before us. He has now left the room, and we will continue on. Councillor Butterfield, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've pretty much said everything I need to say, but yeah, just again, just reiterating it. Just with the funding of the venture park, it doesn't go ahead. Obviously, that grant cannot be used to fill potholes, as was stated yesterday. A grant is a grant which is applied for a specific project, and also with the infrastructure, with the money that we're going to do, which it says here with hangars, taxiways, ponds, etc., and putting in all the services, water, sewerage, and power. With that going ahead, will that help with future projects? And as Councillor White said before, with I've lost my train of thought here. Yeah, activating DA. That's it. Yeah, activating DA. Will that help once we have those main things in place? Will that help going forward in the future and help with the run costs of the airport? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. Councillor Wyatt, you are next.
One question, and then I want to propose an amendment as well.
Yeah.
Sorry. The DA, just a question. So the DA has a few conditions in it that require a few extra reports and monitoring from memory. Will those increase the total cost of the reduced scope of the project budget? And have these costs already been factored into the total cost to construct, or are additional costs?
Go through, Mr. Mayor. They're included in the costs that before, if this reduced scope was to proceed, those reports need to be done for that to actually occur.
And there are already plans in the budget costs. Yeah,
they're included in the cost.
Cool. Can I just put forward an amendment?
Yeah, sure. Because we're still in the committee of the whole.
Just flag it.
Committee of the whole.
Yeah. So my flagged amendment is something along the lines of that the DA is activated through the inclusion of minimal works required, planned and programmed into the DP and OP within the legislated period that keeps the DIA alive.
So you are saying that in case that is judged not viable?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we don't need to have that on the screen yet. It's we're still in committee of the whole. But we have any other speakers? Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. As a close friend of mine pointed out to me about this motion, 1 it notes, 2 it notes, 3 it notes, and 4 proceeds to deliver. So I really don't agree with 4. I think we can note the rest of it because we do need to note it. We need to find out what the funding body is going to say about the viability of it and whether or not they want to terminate it. I don't see how we can proceed to deliver the reduced scope of the facility without a further council meeting as to what is actually on the table.
Well, you're foreshadowing a motion amendment as well, Councillor Riddington. Thank you. Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions. I seem to recall from reading the quarterly financial statement that, or the one of the financial statements that the Kempsey Shire Council currently allows approximately 23 million per annum for depreciation. Is that in the right ballpark, or have I got that wrong?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it'll be in that vicinity, Councillor Bone.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the second question regarding the steering committee of the funding body, is this the same steering committee that made the original allocation of funding, which in reference to what Councillor Riddington said, we've got a parliamentary inquiry that questions the $11 million to Kempsey Council for the skydiving adventure park. and noting that the application had been previously unsuccessful in a number of other grant programs, to quote directly from the report, and also the auditor's report, which states that the process used to identify potential projects for fast-track funding lacked transparency and consistency. So would that be the same people that are going to look at this again, or is that has that funding body been reorganised?
I think there'll be new faces, Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, I agree that there'll certainly be new faces. I don't believe it would be the same people on there. Just a comment in relation to both the auditor's finding and the Parliament inquiry. Yes, it did find that. One of the things that need to be highlighted in that, though, is that the majority of the areas impacted by the bushfires were National Party seats. Whether we like that or not is irrelevant. That's the reality. So that's where most of that funding went to, because that's what the funding was actually targeting, was the areas that were targeted by bushfires. We are a National Party seat, and as we all know, we are also a very, very disadvantaged area. And that is one of the reasons why it was successful in actually receiving that funding, because it had met the return that they were looking for in a state government area for a low socioeconomic area.
Thank you. Any further debate in the Committee of the Whole? If there is none, I'll want Councillor Ferguson. Thank you.
I've certainly heard the against on this one and do take them on board. However, I think this is a gold opportunity for a huge injection of funds into an asset that's currently, dare I say it, underutilised and costs us money to maintain. I think our job looking forward is to how we can best optimise this development and make it as multifunction as we can. Because I don't want to be one to say to my kids in 5 years' time, when we're indoor rock climbing or something like that down at Port Macquarie, I had an opportunity to vote for this and we voted it down and said no. I just think we need to turn this into a positive and look at an opportunity and let the funding body do the viability studies on it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Do we have a motion to come out of Committee of the Whole? Councillor Thorpe, please, and a seconder, Councillor Bain. I put the motion. Is there any dissent? Sorry?
Oh, sorry.
We're coming out of Committee of the Whole with Councillor Patterson, and then you'll get to speak again. Thank you. Is there any dissent coming out of Committee of the Whole? Now I've made that clear. There is none. We're now back in open council, and the rules apply on how many times you can speak. Do we have any further speakers or amendments, please? Councillor Riddington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I please offer an amendment that in number 4, pending the decision of the viability of the funding body, that we have another opportunity to vote on this. We might not even get the opportunity. They could pull the funds. Have you got one?
I've got one that's similar to that.
Please.
It was sent to me by a member of the community. It says, review the results of the viability assessment to be conducted by the funding body before a final decision is made to proceed with the reduced scope facility.
I think that's really good. Thank you. Oh, and can we keep the DA on foot?
And get a report. Yeah, so add a report.
Yeah. And can we please have the DA on foot regardless, or is that waiting till we figure out what's going on?
Yeah, no, we'll just get this typed in, and you can all see what the amendment is that Councillor Riddington is putting up, along with my contribution, and we'll then ask the question of the mover if he would accept it. You haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. Can I make a comment on that as a mover?
Speak.
No, not yet. We get it up on the screen, Councillor Patterson, and then you will have a right to you can speak for or against the amendment, and you also have a closing.
Yeah, but you were asking me if I wanted to include it.
Yes,
I'll give you the reason why. But
yeah,
yeah.
Understand that. Thank you. So the amendment is points 1, 2, and 3, and a new point 4. And when it comes up, you'll be able to assess whether you agree or not. And then we'll need a seconder once we see it.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, just on a process. Can I get the DA in there, or are we going to wait? Can I keep the DA on foot in there?
In hand.
On foot.
You want it on foot?
Through Mr. Mayor.
It's a general manager's advice, please, on this. Thank you.
Just thinking through that. Yeah, you probably would need to put something in there now, because if it's the decision of the funding bodies to terminate it, there would not be a future report.
That's what council. I'm thinking.
So you would need to put a 0.5 that along the lines of that, if the funding agreement is terminated, the council takes steps to activate the development application.
Future.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. You agree with that, Councillor White?
So I just...
You foreshadowed that.
Yeah, I just emailed some words
To
Mr. Thorogood.
Yep.
So the DA is and you can tweak them. So the DA is activated through the inclusion of minimal works required, planned and programmed into the DP and OP within the legislative period that keeps the DA alive.
So thank you. Mr. Thorogood's got that. He might add it up. But it's you're adding to Councillor Riddington's amendment?
So that would be...
Or you would have to do another one?
That would be point...
New 0.5.
Yeah. But I just actually need to ask a question. But yeah, that would be 0.5.
So Councillor Riddington, it's not in the Code of Meeting Practice, but do you accept Councillor Wyatt's amendment into your amendment?
Yes, I do.
And then I'll ask the question of the mover that we want to see it up and not. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We need to get this right.
I foreshadow a motion as well. Thank you.
Well, he can then move the new motion if it comes up, yes.
The development application.
About 20 minutes before we'll need to adjourn.
And we need to put a motion of it to continue on.
Up to one, yes. Yeah.
I don't think we'll get through all this.
One way to then try. Yeah, stop and have a lunch break.
Right, the points 4 and 5, as amended, are on the screen, councillors. Point 4 now reads, receive a future report to council to review the results of the viability assessment to be conducted by the funding body before a final decision is made to proceed with the reduced scope facility. And point 5, commence the development application through minimal works required, planned and programmed into the DPOP within the legislative period that keeps the development application alive. You accept that as your amendment, Councillor Riddington? And I then ask Councillor Patterson formally, do you accept this into your motion? And he says no, thank you. So we're now debating the amendment that's before you. You do not have to debate it, you can just vote if you want to, but you do have a right to speak for or against the amended motion for us.
Are you speaking?
Oh, we also need a seconder, of course, and I think it was Councillor White.
I second my own. Yeah.
No, it's been accepted by.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's been seconded by Councillor Wyatt after a bit of debate. Thank you. Councillor Riddington, you could speak to your amendment now, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I really thank the councillors for this open and honest discussion. I think it's really meaningful when we go into committee as a whole. I really like the way that this particular motion has been revised because we really don't know what the funding body is going to do, and truly the state government's under the pump for money as well. I don't believe it'd be a reputational damage if it didn't proceed or we handed it back, but they might make the decision for us. I also think that it'll be great to have the DA on foot and also have all the minimal works that are required, and also to keep in the development application, because we really don't want to have another zombie DA, do we? No, we don't. Okay, so I really commend this particular motion. I think it gives us a lot more flexibility to have a really good think about this. We weren't involved in the initial application or the initial idea. Times have changed dramatically in our shire, and we need to be supportive of our community's views. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, please.
If I could just ask a question of fellow councillors that are proposing this. If they don't think it's an idea they'd support now, why do they want to keep it open as a DA later?
Councillor Riddington, it's your motion now, not Councillor Wyatt's.
I like to keep all my irons in the fire, Councillor Ferguson. I really do, because I think we need options. There could be other things that could go very well on that site, not necessarily this project. I'd like to, I think we've got opportunities for social housing. There's other opportunities that might come down the track. So as far as I'm concerned, I like to keep things open and let the real people with the real money make the decision, because we probably won't have to.
Councillor Riddington, very quickly, I asked the General Manager to clarify the social housing.
You're not able to put social housing on that site.
Bugger.
No, I won't take that comment, thank you. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Wyatt and then Councillor Bain.
The intent for me to put up that number 5 is to, as Councillor Riddington said, to keep the options open. I just actually without the risk of sounding too operational, I would like to make that is associated with utilities, so that it's sewer and water to that site rather than a building as such. And then it was demonstrated with the Rise development that they used their DA just to dig a hole, and then they went in and put an amended DA. So this might, and there's been work involved in this in terms of all of those environmental studies. So rather than having to go out again, it might just take someone to tweak those environmental studies. And it doesn't necessarily mean that this is on the table to continue to build that airport facility in the future. It's just acknowledging that there is work done, put in sewer and water for that site that might have something else to do with, maybe RFS might want to build a national an emergency centre out there. So it might keep that alive. But certainly, and I hope that doesn't come, I hope it's not used in that way, because it's certainly not an intent to, have to build this facility or say that I support this being built in the future. It's just keeping those options open. And I've said that it's planned and programmed. We might not have the funds to put sewer and water out there. So then that's sort of up to council to go away within the next 5 years and think, does this come up as our priority? Do we have the money for it? What does it take to put it in there? It's just keeping some options open. It's not gospel. This is what's going to happen.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. I'm going to hear from Councillor Bain and then Councillor Ferguson. You've asked a question before, but you haven't spoken to or against it, so we'll hear you again. Councillor Bain, please.
I would like to speak in support of the amendments. My initial and my feeling, my reaction to this is, let's just give the money back, and hopefully that will be used somewhere else that requires economic recovery. I don't think it's appropriate development. However, I think I wouldn't want to commit to that development, but to receive a future report after a viability assessment, I can live with that, and keeping the DA alive, I can support that because that gives us, it maximises our options for the future. I think, that's why I'm supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Just a comment, if I may, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad we mentioned the rise, because part of me sort of has this feeling inside that there was a lot of ill feeling towards rise through using minimal works to keep DAs alive, and I sort of feel like we're now doing that. So it was just a note, just a concern.
Okay, well, Councillor Ferguson, a quick response to that. The General Manager has already said that we would have to look at the legal position to make sure it's substantial commencement, not minimal, which was what RISE did. Is that correct, Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. With the wording of that, should the funding be terminated, then we would look at what are the minimal works that are required to ensure the development application is enacted. Now, what that level is, we don't know at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson, you get to close debate on the amendment at the moment. So, Councillor Ring and anyone else wish to speak, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Ring, please.
Sorry, this amendment's just leaving me confused now after having the General Manager have that comment. If we're leaving our options open to have the development application activated, and then we don't go ahead with the project and the funds get pulled, but the principle of having it there would mean, would you want us to invest our own funds in it? And then isn't that just a bit why wouldn't we have just taken the funding and done the works ourselves?
I understand your confusion. It does. The fact, Councillor Ring, is that we're actually saying if it's decided not viable, we still would want to, in the future, have the DA still up operational. So if we get more grant funding from another source, or way down the track in 10 years' time when only you are on this council, we can go back to it. So that's why the amendment's there at the moment, I think. So you understand a bit more?
Yes, I do. But I also echo Councillor Ferguson's sentiments.
Yes. Thank you. Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I've been listening to the debate, and I think it's also an important part that the community have expectation. There's some excitement in the community about this project. We do hear from the naysayers, but also there's others who are quite keen to see this happen.
Order in the gallery, please.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for that. Mr. Mayor, there is excitement out there, as I said earlier. I mean, you can imagine I've spoken to many in the disabled community who are looking forward to be able to go out in the paddle boats when it's finished and have a use of that. Because often disabled people cannot do many things because it's limited. And this is something that they are very excited about, hopefully being able to do when it's completed. Mr. Mayor, if we were to hand this money back, I do believe the bureaucrats in state government would look very, very disfavourably on us for handing the money back. It's not being utilised. We need to go back to the main motion. We need to get it passed, and we need to get our economy to grow. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? If there's none, I'll ask Councillor Patterson to close debate on the amendment, please, on the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Just closing the debate on the amendment, I have a couple of questions in speaking that way. My question through to the General Manager, through Mr. Mayor to the General Manager, is when the recommendation goes through and it says proceed, deliver the reduced scope of the facility if it is assessed by the funding body as viable. Would there a report come back to council on what that looks like and what its time frame is, etc.?
Mr. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor, I'm understanding you're referring to the original recommendation.
The original,
yeah.
I'm just in.
What will happen in the way the report and the recommendations are structured is quite clearly if it's assessed as unviable, the government will make that decision if it's terminated. If it's assessed as being viable by someone independent of council, then from officer's point of view, we're recommending you to proceed because there is no reason not to proceed with a viable project that uses 100% of grant funding to actually provide something for the community in the long term. So there would be no other report come back to council on it. We would simply proceed if council made the resolution as per the original recommendation.
In closing debate, I'm just speaking against the amendment and going back to the recommendation, and the people that are make up this funding body who will assess this possibilities of a reduced scope, that they will have a more financial ideal in that section. That just point 4 does exactly what the amendment, well, better so. It puts it straight into what the existing point 4 and the existing recommendation, that it puts it straight into the funding body's viability, that it's viable or not. And then after that is when, if it's not viable, that I'm guessing through you, General Manager, if it was not viable, would a report come back to council?
I'm not on this.
Okay, so in my intentions, then I will be entering. If this goes down, I will be putting an amendment in to the existing motion, and that amendment will be point 5. A report come back to council if successful, what the project looks like. Point 6, a report come back to council if unsuccessful, what the project need, what works need to be completed to enact the DA.
You're speaking to the amendment. Thank you, and you're foreshadowed. Thank you, Councillor Patterson.
Yes.
I'll now put the amendment that's there for you, and with the extra changes in points 4 and 5. Is there any dissent on the amendment before us? That hand up. Yep. There's 3 dissenting. No. Late hand went up. 4 dissenting. Could I have the hand up for dissent again, please? Councillor Butterfield, I'm sorry. We're voting and we're not having a further debate. Councillor Butterfield, you're voting for or against the amendment in front of us?
Yeah, I don't mind what this is, but I would like a report back. So I'm a little bit confused which way I want to go with this.
We'll hand it down. We'll have to try and unconfuse you so you can make a vote. If you're not putting your hand up, you're not dissenting. So what's there before you is point 4, receive a future report to council to review the results of the viability assessment to be conducted by the funding body before a final decision is made to proceed with the reduced scope facility. You understand that will happen, that if we get it coming back as viable from the funding body, we will then make another decision in the future on to proceed with it or not.
Well, what was the difference with what Councillor Patterson was putting forward? To me, it sounds almost the same.
Yeah. But we're not debating this at the moment. Just I want you to understand what you're voting on, Councillor Butterfield. And finally, the 5th one, totally separate, commences the development application. We're talking about the development application. And if it's not viable, and so with minimal work required so that it can still be on our books for a future procedure to build it in some form. So have you made up your mind whether you're for or against those now? Well, I'm going to put the motion again. So he should be able to vote now, Councillor Ring. He was unsure. So just so you don't look confused, too, that's why we're doing it again. So I'd now like people to... Councillor Ring, out of order there, would you please vote if you dissent against the motion before us? There are 3 hands up. Thank you. I declare it carried. It is now the motion. We take it back. It becomes the motion before us. Are there any further amendments to the motion in front of us? Councillor Patterson, you wish to move an amendment to the motion, which is the one on the screen at the moment.
My amendment is the original motion, which goes through point 1 through to point 4.
And I'll rule that out of order because they've already voted on that. Okay. You can't bring back the original.
I foreshadow it.
You could foreshadow it.
Foreshadow it. And the reason why I'm foreshadowing it, because that's putting another delay in the project.
Order. You're foreshadowing it. You don't have to speak to it yet. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Butterfield, we've got to listen to Councillor Patterson when he's speaking. Thank you. Could you repeat what you're foreshadowing? Could you make it clear to us, please, Councillor Patterson? Thank you.
Foreshadowing the original motion.
Yes.
Because it has not been looked at yet. It's only been the amendment.
Yep.
The original motion through from 1 through to 4 of the original motion.
Yes.
Because then this amendment delays the project viability even more. We've been told already which way that this would go if it was viable, if it was unviable.
Yes. So so your original motion that you moved is no longer the motion. So your amendment is
the original motion.
You're foreshadowing
the original motion.
So for those people unsure, Councillor Ring, I wish to unconfuse you. If the motion is defeated, we can then consider the foreshadowed motion. Okay, we go back to it if it's defeated.
Original motion.
Yeah. Okay, is that what you're saying, Councillor Patterson? Thank you.
Yeah, so be clear, councillors, you're voting on what's on front of the screen.
Yes.
If that gets up, that is the motion. If that gets up, that is what we will act on as staff. If that is lost, Councillor Patterson's foreshadowed the original recommendation as his foreshadowed motion, and then you would debate and vote on that.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager, for that. Any further questions on the process, Councillor Ring? You sure what we're doing?
I understand the procedure. I still just don't understand the motion.
That's how it works. Councillor Ferguson, do you have a procedural question?
No, it's a question on the wording, but I can leave it if that's not the place to ask.
You can ask a question on the wording for sure.
Am I right in saying that the wording as it is says that if the viability study goes, we basically wait for the viability study and then we make a decision. The other way, we've made the decision to go ahead subject to a viability study. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Mr.
that's
General
pretty
Manager.
much, yeah. So point 4 in this is that we will bring back a report if the viability assessment is positive. We'll bring back a report for council to actually consider that then.
Yep.
The original recommendation is if the viability assessment is positive, we proceed anyway.
Okay. Right. We've had the foreshadowed motion. We'll now vote on the original motion, or the motion that's before us. It's 1 to 5 on the screen, Councillor Ring. This is the original motion we're now dealing with, not the one that was recommended. So we will now vote on that. Is there any dissent on the motion on the screen? 3 against. I declare it carried. Thank you.
I'll get the motion to extend to council.
Yes, we will be adjourning for lunch soon, councillors and members of the public. It is getting close to lunchtime. But we need a motion, a procedural motion, that we proceed after 1 p.m. That's a requirement of the Code of Meeting Practice. Councillor Ring has moved that we proceed past 1 p.m. We have a seconder, Councillor Bain. I'll put the procedural motion. Is there any dissent on proceeding past 1 p.m? No dissent. It's carried. We will now go to. Do you think we're adjourned?
The orders are in and we said 12:30.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Thank you, people in the public gallery, for your attendance so far today. You are welcome to come back after lunch. It will be, you don't have to, no, there's not compulsion here. And we're adjourning now for lunch. We will be back here at 1:20?
Yeah, maybe.
We'll be back here at 1:20, okay? 1:20 p.m.
Councillors, your orders are in. So
Welcome back, everyone. We've completed the lunch break and now we're moving on to 10.4. It's our Creative MACLEAY Arts and Culture Plan. It's on page 48 of the agenda. And the recommendation is there before us. It'll be on the screen soon. And it has 3 points and some procedures being deleted. So I'll ask for a mover. Councillor Ring. And a seconder, please. Councillor Riddington. Councillor Ring, I'd like to speak to your motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would I be able to start with an amendment?
Yes. Well, in addition to the motion, is what you're doing.
In addition to the motion, it would be a point 4, which would be that council considers putting $200,000 in. I think it's would it be the 2024-2025 budget to support the arts and culture plan.
Arts and culture. Yes. So, Councillor Ring, I'll let you continue speaking to it in a moment. I'll just ask the General Manager to explain how that would work, please. Mr. General Manager?
So, through Mr. Mayor, so what would happen, my understanding what point 4 will be is that council consider that. So when we come up to next year's budget, that'll be an item that'll be there for the councillors to consider actually putting in. So, yeah, it's not something that automatically goes in. You still get the opportunity to consider it.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Ring, please. Could you continue speaking to the motion, please?
Arts and culture makes a rich contribution to our community and celebrates the people in our Macleay Valley. From stars like Slim Dusty, artists like Jason Ridgway, Black Douglas, who recently won the Archibald Prize, to talents like Jolene Anderson, who was our Australia Day ambassador, stalwarts like Chris Stockrell, and of course our thriving Dungutty and Thungutty culture. We truly have some fantastic creative exports. The work of council has further enabled us to take pride in our community's talent, creativity, and indeed our story. This plan's cohesive focus on people, place, and past allows for truth-telling, authenticity, and the diversity of our community to shine. Arts and culture plays an integral role in the fulfilment, happiness, and well-being of our community. I commend the work of staff on this plan and the efforts that have been done recently in the Laneways Festival, the Music Muster, Sky Stories, and soon Sculpture in the Jail. However, these events are delivered through grants which came out of a series of natural disasters. And where we've previously relied on grants, we should be investing in our own community, in our own creative talent, and providing space to tell our stories. Investing in this plan gives opportunity for further pride and connection in our community. As a representative of young people, I know arts and culture helps us build connection, pride, and helps us form our own identity with place. We talk every meeting about building economy, and a part of that is retaining our young people and having a community that participates. The Macleay Valley has increasingly become a place where young people want to stay, where we want to work, and where we want to live and thrive. And we should be continuing working, creating, and celebrating our own culture in the Macleay. I'm very pleased with the efforts of staff and commend this work to my colleagues and asked for their support with this amendment to consider investing in our creative community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Do we have any other speakers on the motion before us? Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Ring. That was really well said. I appreciate it a lot. I would support flagging $200,000 to be put into next year's budget for consideration. I think that's a really good plan because you don't do anything without the funds. So thank you. I personally recently attended with Councillor White the bandbox Bell Shakespeare. It was absolutely brilliant. And I've just got a recent update from Colin Mayhew from the bandbox about what they're trying to do in the near future. And I'm sorry to hear that what's his name? Chris Stockrell is not well at the moment. I'm sorry to hear that. But no, thank you, Councillor Ring, and thank you to the staff for this. I've been wanting arts and culture in our agenda for a long time, and I think this is a brilliant move. So thank you and congratulations to all the staff involved.
Thank you, Councillor Whittington. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor White, please.
Speak. I brought something back from Bella. I want to speak and also propose an amendment as well. Or might be a comment, I'm not sure. But yeah, I certainly reiterate both Councillor Ring and Riddington's sentiments. We have had some wonderful, innovative cultural events, like Sky Stories was another. Glowfest this weekend at Crescent Head, the Bell Shakespeare, definitely. And that theatre, MACLEAY Theatre, did have their 60 years. I was really looking forward to this because I'm not sporty. I certainly miss the sports gene in my family, and I spent many years being a theatre and a dance mum. So I'm really happy to see a focus on arts and culture. I think, and we're really blessed to have the Dungutty culture and their willingness to share that with us and provide wonderful experiences. So let's have two comments and an amendment, please. On page 19 of the plan, it says ensure sustainable arts by creating a working party on council staff representing the community, infrastructure, tourism and economic development. I was wondering whether this would be a committee of council with either a councillor and or mayor involved, very similar to the Mid-North Coast Arts Council. So is that committee there a committee of council like the Mid-North Coast Arts one? Or would it be?
Mr. General Manager.
Page 19 of
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just struggling to get this up, but my understanding is that that would be an internal committee for made up of the relevant staff members, and not necessarily one that would include a councillor representative or external members.
Mm-hmm. But it might have links to the Mid-North Coast Arts Council.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Of course. I mean, that would be part of. Obviously, we've got a really good relationship. We subscribe to Mid-North Coast Arts Council and work closely with them, so there'll be those connections would obviously continue.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important for the councillor that is a representative on that Mid-North Coast Arts Council to have some kind of connection with this community, whether it's just getting information or what. But I think otherwise you're just operating in silos. The second point is I love on page 23 there's a thing about creating a biannual panel of performers and artists. That's fabulous. Love that. That's a really good initiative. Then I have a question and two amendments. So question is the council has, just not sort of taking away from the 200,000, that's totally different ballpark. Does council have a category in its community grant program for the delivery of and or support of art and cultural events, like more than the $500? I know you got $500 to run something, but is there a category in the community and the mayoral grants for an arts and cultural activities?
Mr. Mayor, no, I don't believe there is.
Can we?
That's up to the council.
Okay, right.
It's in the plan.
Yeah, it's actually has been advised it's actually one of the actions in the plan. So it must be there somewhere. I'm not sure just what page.
As well. That would be good if it is. If it's my bad that I didn't read that. But that's good. The other one the amendment that I wanted to make is I know that the Reconciliation Action Plan is mentioned in that whole list on page 15 of links to the other plans and policies, and clearly we've got, the inclusion of Dungutty and Dungutty cultural heritage here, but I would just prefer that the reconciliation plan is put in there as a standalone and not sort of included into others as just the list of plans that is included. And the other amendment, which she said we've already got, is that we create a community grant program.
All arts.
Yeah. I didn't see it, but if I did, that's my bad.
Page 23.
Okay.
Action 2 on page 23. I'm just trying to find where's page 23. 23. Yeah, the second line down, establish a creative arts category in council's community grants program.
Perfect.
So we don't need that amendment?
No.
But I would like to have just in that table on page 15, just add another row in there with just a specific link to the Reconciliation Action Plan as a standalone plan and not sort of included in others.
That's my, that's on, sorry, that's my account. It's mentioned on page 14.
Page 15, you're talking about, Council White?
Can't access it because my computer's frozen, but
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Pages 14, 15.
Yeah.
14 and 15 have a range of local
Yeah.
plans you already have.
Yeah.
And on page 14, it talks about the Reconciliation Action Plan in the last dot point supports the outcome of the Reconciliation Plan and promote recognition of Kempsey Shire's Aboriginal heritage through placemaking and public signage projects to consolidate the MACLEAY Valley's unique local heritage.
yeah, and I would just like to have it's visual. I would have just liked to have had that as a separate standalone and not included into something else. But if you don't want to add it, it's fine. What page are you on? 15?
That's right, the one on page 14, the last dot point in the column.
Yes, that's right. I would have just preferred, and again, it's a visual thing and an intent, and part of reconciliation authenticity is if that could just be listed here on the left-hand side as a standalone row as those other plans are.
Right.
Like why, yeah, it's a visual thing.
Mr. Mitchell, please.
It's just
Yeah,
paste.
through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the problem is, Councillor White, is those points are tying back to an adopted strategy, which is the Economic Development and Tourism Strategy.
Well, then,
So, and the points that sit underneath that. So,
well, then we've not mentioned the Reconciliation Action Plan as a standalone, as part of something that also drives the development of this plan. So we've got all of these local plans.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, I can respond to that. The RAP where it is at the moment is an internal document about actions we're doing internally. It's not about having actions for the community. So there probably isn't, I'd have to bring the RAP up there, but there probably isn't anything in the RAP asset standard, the level 1 RAP, that would actually have specific actions related to developing the cultural side of things in the community, because it's actually about what we're doing internally first. The next stage of it definitely would, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand that, Councillor White. Microphone.
Sure, I am confused. But sure, if that's the response, I mean, there are actions in that reconciliation plan that does talk about cultural heritage activities. I don't understand the difference between something that is like a Kempsey signage strategy, for example, why that is a standalone and the reconciliation action plan isn't. But if it's my misinterpretation or diving into operational space, so be it. At least I've said my value.
The signage strategy already has specific adopted actions in relation to things like dual naming, things like that. I've just got staff checking the RAP to see if there's any specific actions in the RAP that will relate back to this plan. So, yeah, because like I said, the RAP stage 1, level 1 was purely about what we're doing internally. So I've just got staff checking that.
So, Councillor White, you're going to move an amendment? It's still under consideration.
No, don't worry, let's move on.
Thank you. Do we have another speaker, please, for this? Councillor Butterfield, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just like to thank Councillor Ring on sort of opening my eyes a little bit to the amount of artists we do have in our local area. One thing is, like, I know nothing about the arts and cultural things, so just a couple of questions. One was with the figure that Councillor Ring put forward, 200,000. I know nothing how much it goes in, but what's sort of the average spend per year on something like this?
You mean we've got the money we've got from grants so far?
Well, I'm not sure if it comes out of our thing or out of our budget, or is it grants that fund the arts and culture plan our Create MACLEAY.
Yeah, very true, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mitchell will add to it, but we've got events like the recent Sky Stories, the Music Muster, the Festival of Lanes, those sorts of things have all been funded through grants. So council actually hasn't any money really itself to directly put into these things. So those things, while they're relying on grant funding, will only ever be once off, because you can't ensure those grants going on for ongoing years. And I think the thinking behind Councillor Ring's point 4 is to try and get some money into that budget that could actually then be used, one, to ensure a number of events can be run every year or every 2 years, and two, it can also be used then to leverage other grants because you've actually got matching fund to do that as well.
I'd just like to just mention what was done in Savages Lane and
the lane. On?
Sorry?
Yeah, I can't see. Thank you.
I'd just like to congratulate what was done in Savages Lane and the laneway next to the Coles complex. I'm not sure what that's actually called. It has a name. But yeah, it's actually good to see something like that done rather than the general graffiti that we have going around the place. I feel that if something like this is more prominent in the place, that a lot of these younger ones that do the graffiti won't actually vandalise that and actually sort of makes the place a little bit better, to be honest. So yeah, that was great.
Thank you very much. Any further speakers, please? If not, I'll come back to Councillor Ring to close debate if she wishes to.
Arts and culture, as quoted in the plan, gives our community soul. This council has invested in education and in sport, and while both these things I'm very passionate about, arts and culture is a piece of the puzzle that helps us form our own identity and helps us connect with place, people, and indeed our past. As a young person, creativity is an outlet that has helped me feel purpose and happiness, and I know this echoes through to my peers. This plan helps us share our stories and build a platform for artists and the creative community to thrive, and we should invest in its success. I commend the efforts to supersede the previous plans in creating a cohesive and holistic plan that brings together and supports the diversity of our Macleay Valley. I urge my colleagues to think of defining moments in their lives where they were in the presence of live music, finding meaning and connection looking at beautiful works of art, escaped reality into the pages of a good book, or had unexpected tears during a live performance. And that in this, no matter your history, background and passion, that arts and culture is something that can bring our community together beyond individual circumstance.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. No further debate because we've had a closure of debate. I'll now put the motion that's on your screen to Council. Is there any dissent? No dissent. I declare it carried unanimously. We've now moved to 10.5, which is the Local Government New South Wales Annual Conference. There's a recommendation before you. We have a mover, please. Yes, Councillor Bain. Seconder, please. Councillor Butterfield. Councillor Bain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that the Local Government New South Wales Conference is really important, and the motions that have been put together address issues that are relevant to our community, but also to the wider New South Wales context. I would recommend this motion, but I would also, and I'm not sure if this is just something I need to say or something that needs to be put into the motion, I think that considering the cost of the conference of just sending the voting delegates, I'd just like to put that out there for a thought and commend the rest of the motion to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I could quickly speak to this motion, Councillor Bain. At the conclusion of last year's annual conference, I made a report to Council, and I think it's pertinent that I read the summary, because at the November Council meeting last year, Council voted to note, it doesn't mean to accept, but it just notes what was in it. But in the summary I wrote, traditionally all councils attend the first annual conference as an opportunity for a wider understanding of local government and how councils operate within legal parameters and utilising democratic procedures to bring about improvements and changes for the better. I then wrote, this has now occurred, and in the following years it will be expected for only voting delegates to attend. I presume all councillors read that at the time, and I was hoping that, as Councillor Bain has suggested, that we only send the voting delegates. Last year it cost close to $20,000 to send all councillors. This year we could save money by only sending voting delegates, but it's up to Council to decide that. So the motion is there before you. Do we have another speaker? Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Bain. I personally agree that it should only be the voting delegates who would like to go this year. I personally won't be putting up a nomination. One thing I would like to ask Councillor Bain, and with the greatest of respect, you know how I feel with the green agenda, and I feel like our council can pay to go, and you're the green councillor, which is fine, everybody knows it, but I think that maybe it's somebody else's turn to go.
That's an opinion. Thank you.
That is an opinion.
Yep. It's up to other councillors to decide who gets to be voting delegates and who goes. And at the moment, we've still got in the motion moved by Councillor Bain, which is point 3, authorise attendance of any other councillors wishing to attend the conference. So that's something the councillors to decide. Councillor White, please.
Given that there's 4 items to discuss here, I'm wondering whether we should go into the committee of the whole to discuss 1, 2 and 4 separately to discuss them. And I also have an amendment for point 4 to add another item. So I'm proposing that we go to committee of the whole so we can discuss these and then come out of that and then vote on them.
Moved, Councillor White. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Ferguson. I'll put the procedural motion. All those in favour of going to the committee of the whole. Who dissents? Any dissent? No dissent. We're now in the committee of the whole. Councillor White, would you continue with your proposals?
Sure. Well, I mean, why don't we just move through those one by one? But what I did want to ask, as I said, I have an amendment to put up for point 4, and also to have a discussion on a couple of other ones. But I am interested to know that, I mean, the money has already been allocated to councillors to attend a conference. Like we have, I'm not sure what the total cost is, but we have an allocation per councillor to attend conferences and for professional development, which last financial year we all used between, I don't know, around about 1,500 and 2,000 per person to attend the conference. But I'd say 99% of us did not use any of that professional development money, nor did we use travel. Can that money that has been allocated for councillor expenses as either expenses, travel expenses, professional development, or conference fees, unallocated money, can we reallocate that as carryover funds or revote it as carryover funds into community grants? Community grants, because I understand that the previous mayor, she did not accept the travel cost, and so the money went into community grants. So I'm wondering whether we can have money that's not allocated, not used each financial year, reallocated.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Question has been asked. Thank you, Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we don't actually budget for the full allocation of the amount allowed in the policy for councillor expenses. So if councillors were to draw down the full amount that was in there, then we would need to review those at a quarterly budget review. We budget based on what we forecast councillors will actually spend, which is based on historic spending. So there's rarely additional money left over, so to speak, in the budget at the end of the year. And given that it's funded our general fund, if there is, that simply offsets the deficit in the general fund in the year-end position. In any case, there's not actually dollars in the bank, so to speak, to back it. To the second point, yes, a previous council did resolve to take money which was budgeted for councillor expenditure expenses and not spent and put that into the community grants program. However, that practice changed, I think, probably back in 2018 or 2019, where that program is actually now funded in our budget as a standalone program rather than relying on money which has not been expended in other cost centres.
That is correct. So community grant money will always be budgeted, will always be in the DPNOP, regardless of whether it comes out of these funds. So we can't top it up necessarily through not taking our professional development money or our travel.
No, we can't.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, the arts, the grants program now is totally separate funding. It has no relationship to the council's expenditure. So it is actually there and will stay there while ever council continues to vote for it to actually be there.
Thank you. Did you want to move? We're still in committee of the whole, so you want to move that foreshadow the amendment, because we can't actually change it while we're dealing with.
I sent through. I emailed Mr. Thorogood an amend E.
A new E.
A new E.
Right.
And I would have done this, but I was overseas and I wasn't aware that this was going to come up. I would have done it. But it's basically around the National Disaster and Primary Producers Funding. So last June, this was brought to our attention by a primary producer. And my understanding is that in order for our primary producers to access natural disaster funding, our shire needs to be declared a natural disaster area. And that criteria is based on council meeting a threshold for damage to its assets, e.g. roads, potholes, bridges, buildings, that kind of thing. It is not related to primary producers. But if we don't meet that criteria, we do not then become a declared area, and our primary producers who have damage to pasture and all the other things that you have damage to as primary producers, they can't access natural disaster grant funding. And the funding is not a given, so it just gives them one step. It just gives them the opportunity to access that natural disaster funding. I want sort of the local government, New South Wales, to lobby the state government and maybe even our local member to have a look at that funding model and whether or not we can change that criteria so that it's not just tied to local government damage to infrastructure in order for that declaration, that maybe there's some criteria that you can contribute to, say a primary producer who contributes to the local economy or something like that. I just want to be able to have our primary producers being able to access natural disaster funding that is not linked to whether or not council has X amount of dollars in damage of roads and potholes in order to be declared a natural disaster. Clear?
Yes, that's clear. Thank you.
So this came up last year. So I just wrote this last night. It came up last year from a former councillor, actually, and it was resolved. So the issue is that in the first round, Kempsey Shire wasn't declared a natural disaster because we didn't meet that X amount of dollars in the criteria for damage to asset. Then there was something else that came up, and there was a rejigging of those finances because there was an understanding there was maybe a landslide or damage to extra infrastructure, and therefore we crossed that threshold. Kempsey was added to the list of those shires that were declared a natural disaster. That then opened the door for our primary producers to then have access to apply for funding. And that's what I'm asking for. And in that situation last time, is those primary producers, there's a couple of cases there out on the floodplain where they had actually gone and done some aerial seeding of, I think it was grass, I presume. Grass, it cost them tens of thousands of dollars, and it literally washed away within a week, after a couple of weeks after. And because we didn't meet that threshold for a declaration of a local disaster area, they did not even have the opportunity to walk through the door, let alone apply. So that's the intent of that. And I've been told that it has to be within a certain character. So I can amend that, but that's generally the intent. And I would like to add that to that list of A, B, C, D, and E, if you agree.
Thank you, Councillor White. Just hold on a second. I need some advice from the General Manager.
It'll be considered a late motion. There's no reason to include it here or not.
We can still include it. Well, yeah, if the council votes to accept that, Councillor White, I've got advice that yes, it could be included as point E in the motions we put to Local Government New South Wales. So that's an amendment, and you've amended the motion, and I'll just ask the mover, Councillor Bain, will you accept the amendment? Yes. You do? Thank you.
Yes.
And do we have other speakers?
We're
still in committee, yes. We'll accept it when we come out of committee of the whole.
I was just wondering whether we can just like go back to those motions there, and can we just go through one at a time? So we talk about who wants to go, etc., and then we talk about the motions.
Well, there's an opportunity because we're in the committee of the whole. Could I have a show of hands of those people who would like to attend the local government conference?
Can I speak before we do that? Yeah. Potentially.
Well, yes. I was just going to get a show of hands just to see some idea of who's wanting to go and who's prepared to work for the five motions to be able to speak to them if they come up as a motion that's got to be dealt with in an open conference. So I'll ask again, quick show of hands, anyone who wants to attend?
Before I make that decision, I would like to speak, but
okay,
potentially if I'm required.
Okay, Councillor Bain, would you like to speak?
I just want to respond to Councillor Riddington's suggestion about a Greens agenda, and I believe that I've made this very, very clear to Council in the past that my participation as a Green reflects my values, and it's an open and transparent way of representing my values. I am not pushing anybody's agenda. I am working within a range of values which includes grassroots democracy. Hence, I've put up 3 out of the 5 proposals. Now, I'm not attached to being the person that goes and represents council. In fact, if some of the Greens issues would be around the venue is not, if you know the Greens agenda around racing, for example, and horse racing as a sport, it's not particularly a personal agenda of mine, but I don't mind if I'm not the representative that goes. However, I think that the voting delegates that do go should ensure that, one, they read the business papers and consult deeply with colleagues, not just, you may be aware that last year I created a spreadsheet with most of the business papers and gave everyone an opportunity to fill that in. I think that was a fairly good, transparent and grassroots democratic process that aligns with my Greens values. Sorry, Councillor Riddington. And that also that whoever does go to conference does a detailed report to colleagues so that we know that, one, they know what they're going to attend the whole conference. 2, they know what they're going to be talking about at the conference and they're reflecting our council point of view. And 3, that they make a detailed report. That's what I'm requesting from voting delegates. I'm not particularly keen on going myself. I will, if required, if it needs to speak to those issues. If my colleagues want me to go, I'll go, but I'm not putting the hand up and saying, pick me, pick me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. And yes, on reflection on last year's conference, I think only less than half the attendees attended the 3 days. It's a 3-day conference. So if you're going to be a voting delegate, you should be there at the beginning and right through to the end. And we had people arriving late and people leaving early. And they didn't participate in the full conference. And I think that's important, that if you're going to be a voting delegate, you take part in the full conference. Any other speakers, please, on this? Councillor Riddington.
Thank you. My dear friend, Councillor Bain, that was not meant as a disparagement. As you know, my heart is in a very good place when it comes to this. I appreciate the work that you've done. I really do, because that was really good last year for the people who did understand it and did go through the voting procedure. I too would not be wanting to go to a racetrack. I'd rather go and have a good time at a racetrack myself. So I'm sorry if I offended you. I didn't mean to. I just want it out and open.
Thank you. Is there any further debate within the Committee of the Whole? Councillor Wyatt?
Yeah, I do. I acknowledge Councillor Bain's exceptional work last year, especially that spreadsheet. And the voting delegates, if you want to do that, that would be helpful. I mean, because that way then you can gauge what the rest of us are thinking as our representatives. I mean, it's not, but I thought that spreadsheet was really good, and then we could sort of understand out of the 9 what the majority of us were supporting.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wyatt. Any further debate within Committee of the Whole? If not,
hang on. Just that? Or what about the other, just point 1? Yeah, I want to go through, I've got some stuff to talk about the point number 4, yeah.
So which one are you wanting to talk about first?
If you're asking us to come out of the Committee of the Whole.
I haven't yet, no. I'm saying if no one else is going to speak.
Okay, I'll speak, yeah. The notice of motion on the affordable housing one, I 100% agree in principle, but what I don't agree with is I don't agree that we should acknowledge the state government's attempt to, or overriding local government planning and fast tracking development. Like that, my understanding of that fast tracking requires 24-hour turnaround from staff, and this not only probably prioritises major housing developments, but it might actually contribute to longer timeframes for our local development approvers, for someone that wants to subdivide and throw a granny flat or a second house at the back. And secondly, we've just completed our structure plans for South West Rocks and the rest of our shire that recommend height restrictions. And we're going to be including these in our local government, our LEP. I don't think, it's my opinion, that we want state government to come and override our decision-making and the wishes of our community. And I actually don't support the reforms to the planning and the development process. And I would prefer that a non pushes back on the state government. I think this is about local communities, local people, local decision-making. So I agree with the second part of that. I don't agree with sort of saying we note that the state government is planning to introduce planning changes, because I just feel that is just giving condoning something that I don't support those planning reforms.
Thank you,
but
Councillor
I support
Wyatt.
The rest of it.
Yeah, we'll ask Councillor Bain.
I don't believe the notice of motion supports the planning reforms. It notes the planning reforms. These aren't something that could be a separate motion to say that local government New South Wales opposes them. But this is the state government's attempt to address affordable housing, and to encourage medium density and medium and high density housing. It's mostly going to impact metro areas, but it will impact us in the terms that it's kicking the can of the housing crisis down the road. It's providing some affordable housing, but not in perpetuity. So what this legislation does is it allows developers to override councils in height and density, and in exchange for short-term fix for affordable housing, but not a long-term fix. That may have flow-on effects to us, but I think they've got to be $70 million It's got to be a $70 million project, and I agree. I don't agree with the legislation itself, but I don't think there would be much chance of getting local government New South Wales to oppose the whole legislation. But I think by tweaking it to make it in perpetuity rather than 15 years would be of use.
Thank you. Councillor White, another point, please.
I just can't support that first sentence. Sorry, but I can't support that first sentence because I feel that it is actually supporting, as you said, overriding local government in its decision making. And I think there is percentages there of social housing. Sounds a bit coercive to me. Like we can fast track it. We'll fast track your development. You can override the heights, but we will give you some social housing. That sounds a bit coercive to me and taking decisions away from local. But I 100% support the in perpetuity, but I'm not a fan of that first sentence because I just feel that it actually gives a tick to that.
Thank you. Councillor Bain.
So it's the first sentence in the background that's the issue. It's not the wording of the actual notice of motion.
I just don't like the inference that we note the state government is planning to introduce, and this is coming from our council. I just don't like that bit. Maybe say proposed reforms. Maybe say
I'm happy for any wordsmithing of that, if that helps it get through. Like, so change is planning to proposes to. Is it?
I think proposed softens it because it neither gives approval or not. But to be honest, I'm not fully around that. But I just, I think one of the other conferences, and it comes up a lot around state government taking away decision-making responsibilities from local government. And I feel that is one of them, but I'm not fully informed to make an informed decision. But in terms of red flags, that was just a red flag to me, is to say, yeah, we like it, but can you just add this to it as well?
I'm happy to
propose.
I'm happy to make that, to change that from is planning to proposes to, if that helps get it across the line.
Councillor White, you agree with that? Proposing to introduce planning changes. Oh, can we change that, please, Mr. Gentleman?
Yeah, through you just checking. We are talking about changing the wording of the actual motion. Yeah,
I believe we're changing the wording in the motion.
Yeah,
not in the background. Is that right? Because the background doesn't really matter.
LG New South Wales notes that the state government is planning to introduce.
And we change that to proposing to introduce.
To introduce. So changing planning to proposes.
Yes.
Proposing. Yep. Okay.
No.
Don't think so. That's all. Just checking. I don't think it's on it.
So maybe say that. So it's proposing to introduce and fast track, and then this is yet to be approved.
That's by inference the fact that they're proposing to introduce it. Obviously, it's not approved yet because it hasn't been introduced.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very clear. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, very clear.
Thank you. We had that change and no disagreement, and we're still in committee of the whole, and we're workshopping these motions at the moment, everyone, just so that you're on board with what we're doing. Anything else, Councillor White, in any of those other proposals that you have concerns about?
You'd be a bit ignorant of me, but I'm really not sure what a cashless poker machine is. Like, where does the money come from? What's the cashless gaming card? And what's the actual what's the process for approving poker machines now? Does local government have an approval there to know how many poker machines are in our shire?
No input whatsoever, Councillor White.
Well, that's a good thing. But I don't know what I don't know what a cashless poker machine is. Like, where does the money come from?
Councillor
And
Bain
what is a cashless gaming card?
Councillor Bain will explain.
Okay. Coming up to the state election, the Liberal National Party proposed to put severe limits on poker machines by introducing a cashless gaming card. So someone would then get their card, they would allocate $50 a day or $500 a day or $5,000 a day or $500,000 a day, and that is how much they would be allowed to gamble. So they would decide their own limits, and they would use the cashless card on gaming machines. When Labor got in, Labor's proposal was to run a trial of, like, I'm not sure, 300 machines across New South Wales, right? And what this is saying is that we would like them to implement that, because we are losing, and here's the data here, just from the clubs was $9 million in 6 months lost to our community. It's harder with the hotels because that's split between, the data is split between us and Walker, but 5 million. So looking at 9, let's say 60% of that hotels was from Kempsey Shire. So that would be $12 million we lost in 6 months from a community that can't afford it. So by putting this in, and not just the cashless poker machines, but other harm reduction strategies, okay, and to scrap the unnecessary trial of a cashless gaming card, I believe we know that the cashless gambling card is going to be a good thing for our community and ensure councils. So if the state government decided to put another 100 poker machines into Kempsey, we wouldn't have any say in it. But this is calling on the state government to ensure that councils at least have the right to make a submission about increases in poker machine numbers. It's not saying we can make the final decision. It's just giving us an advisory voice or an opportunity to make a submission. So I feel that this would get support at the local government New South Wales conference, but it depends on what my colleagues here think.
Councillor White, do you have any further questions on that one? Or
So does a person, when they have a cashless gaming card, does a person allocate their own money that they want to put on that card?
they can't use any more than what they propose in
Per day.
Yeah.
Per day. Yeah. And we say $12 million loss. That's actually not our loss. It's community have put that money through the poker machines. Yeah. Gambling illiterate, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Saul, please, and then Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a small aside, if I may. I remember seeing on one news program where the bulk of our gambling is in Port Macquarie. They certainly can consume some poker machines over there, and I think it was more than $5 million a year. I think it was quite double that or more. It might have been 30 million. It was an incredible amount of money that one area was using on poker machines, and if that can be stemmed, well, that'd be a bonus, of course.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Just while we're still in committee, just have a proposal possibly putting in an E here to look at, and I apologise to my fellow councillors for a late notice.
Yeah.
F? Well, sorry, I'm just looking.
No, Alex has got an E.
Okay, right, it could be an F, I'm afraid.
Yeah, we'll actually have to move it when we come out of committee, Councillor Patterson, but you can foreshadow it, yes.
Foreshadow it, anyway. And it's something that it might seem quite mundane, but it's something that as council we look to achieve for our community, and that's equity and affordability and deliverability is cost of living, big time. And if we have any chance of doing that, possibly the local government conference could be the place that, you know, in this I've stated that local government New South Wales make representations to state and federal government that the utilities provided to the households to exist are affordable, achievable, deliverable and equitable. 1 water, 2 sewer, 3 power. That they should make a priority to all the options to reduce the costs of these to all parts of Australia that are inhabited by its people. That these three should not only be accessible by the wealthy, but by all.
Okay, that's your foreshadowed motion. Thank you.
I just think that's a pretty big ticket item, and in council, you know, I think if there's some influence we can put on out there, and we look around our communities and we see people struggling with those three items, you know, continuously, and to live in a I would call us a first world country. That we need to have those available to our whole community, and no matter the race, no matter where they live, no matter. So anyway, I look forward to possibly support for putting that in as F for Fred.
Thank you very much, Councillor Patterson. Any further debate? And Councillor Butterfield, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question to Arthur. I'm not too sure, not up to the gambling reforms, what you can and can't do. But with the limit you can set on your card, whatever it is, to gamble, is that you able to change that at any time, or is there like a, say if you set it, that's a 6-month period, a 12-month period, or how does that work? Do you know?
Councillor Bain?
I'm not sure of that detail, but I know that you wouldn't be able to change it that day. You might be able to. I'm not sure if you can change it the next day or the next week, or you do it for a month, or I'm not sure of the detail. But I will. What's the line? I'll take that on notice and do a bit of research. I'm quite happy to do that.
Yeah, no, I'm curious because I know you were able to restrict yourself years ago from going into a venue. I know quite a few people have done that, but then they got cold feet, whatever, and then they jump over to the next hotel. But then it started becoming through the whole Shire. So when you ban yourself from one, you ban yourself from all. So I was just wondering how this worked. That's all.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to come out of Committee of the Whole? Councillor Saul. Seconder, please. Councillor Ferguson. Any dissent? No dissent. We're out of the Committee of the Whole. I'll now hear from Councillor Wyatt and then Councillor Patterson on their amendments and see if the mover accepts them. So, Councillor Wyatt, your amendment, please. Yeah. Just the heading, please. Microphone. Thank you.
Should be access to natural disaster funding for primary producers following a maybe access to natural disaster funding for primary producers.
Thank you.
And sorry, just further to that conversation I had before, I have amended that to reduce that wording. I can send to you again later. Well, apparently it's word limited.
Yep. Certain number of words you're allowed. Thank you. So that will be wordsmith before it's mailed off, but thank you very much, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Patterson, could you introduce?
Yeah.
First of all, I'll ask Councillor Bain, are you accepting E into your motion? Thank you. Councillor Patterson, you're proposing Amendment F.
Yeah.
Would you like to speak to it, please?
I've called it affordability to live. If we have any ability to influence our governing bodies, the state and federal governments, you know, to look at these things, which I've noted there, the water, sewer, and power. The people need to live. And it's getting in the way now. Like my mother, for instance, won't turn her air conditioner on because she can't afford it. You know, I know some friends who don't have any sewer because they can't afford the connection. I know some other people that, so I didn't spell water right on that one. I know some people that don't necessarily drink water that much because they can't access it. So I just think as a first world country, these are the three sort of things that we need in a household to exist. I look for your support for that, and I don't mind if they're wordsmithing at all on that. We can utilities provided to households and residents possibly. Residents could be flats, it could be townhouses, it could be, you know, glamping tents at Crescent Head. Anyway.
Councillor Patterson, thank you very much. Councillor Bain, do you accept the proposal from Councillor Patterson to be one of the motions to go to annual conference?
Yes, I can accept that.
Thank you. Is there any further debate on the motion before us, please? If not, I'll put Councillor Bain in the spot. Do you wish to speak to or summarise it or finish it, please?
As a delegate, still have to be.
Oh, sorry, you can't. That's right. We have to determine the delegates. My apologies, Council. Yeah, so I won't get to speak to it yet. We'll now have determined the two other voting delegates. And as I said, we need people who will be there for the whole thing and vote on everything. Councillor Butterfield, did you wish to propose yourself? No?
No, I was just going to nominate Councillor Saul.
Councillor Saul, nominated. Do we have any further nominations? You can self-nominate if you like. Councillor Ferguson.
Councillor Ring.
Thank you. Councillor Ring, you were nominating someone. Your finger's been pointed at you.
More than two.
Yeah, I was going to nominate Councillor Patterson.
Any further nominations? I'll nominate Councillor Bain. So any further nominations? If not, I will.
So just a clarification, we're nominating them for voting delegate or just to attend?
The two voting delegates is point 2 of the motion. Nomination for voting delegates at the moment, Councillor.
Can we please, point of order, Mr. Mayor, can we please have the up on the screen what we're talking about?
Yeah. Mr. Mayor.
So through Mr. Mayor, what we need to do is change number 2 now to conduct an election to determine the two voting delegates. As we've got 4 nominations.
Council will conduct. That's what when you read the
that's what you'll do now.
So I'll put that over to the general manager to conduct.
Oh, yeah.
You happy to do that?
Yeah. So what will happen is once this resolution passes, then we'd actually conduct that to determine the two. If point 3 remains as it is, then that authorises attendance of any other councillors wishing to go can attend. So whether that's the other 2 that were nominated or not, or whether it's 3, 4, 5, 6 of you, that's totally up to you as to determining whether you attend or not. If 3 stays the way it is at the moment.
So, just to be clear, we're going to be voting on this motion now that we've got 4 nominations. We need to conduct
point 3,
an election.
Point 3.
So we need to pass this motion before we can do the election, because we need to have that decision of council before we can implement it. Councillor Saul, do you have a question?
No, Mr. Mayor, I wish to withdraw as a voting delegate.
Still down to 3. Thank you. Councillor White, do you wish to speak?
Another procedural one. Doesn't the amendment doesn't it now have points E and F?
It does.
Yeah. That will go on there.
We're trying to attach it. Thank you.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, in saying that, I wish to attend as observer if possible.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion before us, including the phantom E and F, but we know they're coming. Any dissent? No dissent. I declare it carried, and now ask the General Manager to conduct a vote on the 3 nominated delegates to attend. So we've got Councillor Ring, Councillor Patterson, and Councillor Bain. And just to keep on side with some of your councillors, we're going to do it by vote. No, we're not. No, we're not.
Can you actually set a running race?
A running race is the fastest.
Yeah. Okay, councillors, what we might do with this, just to make it probably a little bit simpler, is if you on a piece of paper can write your two. So we've got Councillor Ring, Patterson and Bain. If you write your two down on that, we will then, or if you haven't got a piece of paper, Daniel will come around with a slip of paper for you. But just write the two names, then we'll do a count and see where we sit.
I think I've this one, Jake. Right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, we're going to do it by items.
Yeah. You may vote for yourself. As with any election, you can vote for yourself.
You vote for yourself. You think you can do the job, Miss Council Ring? Yes. So we're getting pieces of paper now, and you're writing something on
you
it.
Stand for election, then you'd be a bit silly if you don't vote for yourself. You really have finished by 4 o'clock. You don't have a choice.
And not that late.
Work that out. I'd like to think we finish the agenda. If we mark by just spending on just the agenda. We've only got people first.
I've got the exact numbers. We're just going through them very quickly. It's Councillor Ring and Councillor Bain.
We then come to number 3, which authorise attendance of any other council wishing to attend the conference. We would like to know.
We've already passed that.
I know, but we need to know who the others are going to attend.
Yeah. Well, they can tell us at any stage.
Well, what I'm going to say to you, Council, if you are hoping to be an observer and come along, you need to do it as quickly as possible so and Jenna can do the bookings. We need to get in as quickly as possible. So, yeah, any self-nominations to go as observers? Councillor Saul? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
10.6.
Right, we move on to 10.6. Q4 corporate performance report. And we've got enough notes here to start a notebook. There are 6 points in the recommendation. Would I have a mover, please? Councillor Bain.
10.6.
10.6 is on page 57, councillors. A seconder, please. You seconding? Councillor Saul, thank you. Councillor Bain, would you like to speak to it, please?
Microphone.
Thank you very much. Yep, I think we're noting the financial sustainability program, key performance indicators, all of that work that's great work that's been done by, I guess, Director Mitchell and his team doing that. That's a great step of transparency for our financial operations. I commend this to my colleagues.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Wyatt, please.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Page 63, key performance indicators. Community satisfaction. It says Kempsey community satisfaction research indicates that 77% of residents are somewhat to very satisfied with council's performance. Is that from the Micromax survey? Yeah. And then and you're reviewing priority actions because I think I read that it was 2% lower than the previous one. So you try to build that back up. And my second question is our people and lost time injury.
What page, please?
Probably the same because it's under key performance indicators. So it's just I think it's the next box, isn't it? Yeah. Which is our indicators. So it says there something along the lines of council recorded no LTIs in quarter 4, but there was 23 total, which is higher than the 5-year rolling average of 8.4. I'm not sure whether this is of a confidential nature or not, but do you have insight on the nature of those lost time injuries and from what fields of work?
Mr. Mitchell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we do. So we track that and obviously take whatever actions that we need to. Wouldn't sort of necessarily be discussing each of those individually. But yeah, so we've got established workplace health and safety committees, strategic oversight committees, and the nature of those LTIs are obviously considered as part of that, and any remedial actions are taken.
Sorry, I should have added on the end of that, and that you can share. Is it confidential? They sort of can't say, yeah, it's confidential.
Well, depends on. There's probably some information that could be shared. I'm just, I guess, trying to understand what the nature of that actually is and what we would be sharing it for, what the purpose of that is.
Well, the second question is that are there any concerns that councillors should be aware of and or that we reprioritise in the budget and or reprioritise in the DP and OP in order to address and improve those? Is there anything that we need to be
through you
alarmed about?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Safety's absolutely number one priority. So that's what I said. What I alluded to before is that we've got structures in place and committees and strategic oversight committees, which have got representatives from our senior leadership team reporting to our executive leadership team around safety performance, and it comes up, in conversations at ARIC committee as well.
It's a pretty big increase.
Yeah, it is, and obviously we've been sort of looking to have that sort of trending down. Thankfully, the severity in relation to a lot of those is fairly low. So whilst we might have an incident that results in some lost time, the actual severity of those means that the actual time lost isn't that large. And what you may see, albeit that you've already adopted the KPIs for next financial year, is we're actually sort of changing some of the metrics around that. We're actually going to look at the frequency rate, but we will also start considering things like the lost time injury severity rate and those other metrics, so we're really clear on where the issues are and what we need to do.
I mean, because there may be something like, it might be unseasonably warm and a lot of your outdoor staff may be bitten by ticks, something on those lines. I mean, is there a trend there? But that's fine. And another question's around the our people employee engagement KPI. And again, this may be confidential, but it says that in December 2022, 75% of employees are engaged. What do you mean by engaged? Do you mean engaged as in they participated in the survey, or they're engaged in the workforce? Engaged in the survey? Oops.
Mr. Mitchell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, so that percentage doesn't equate to, or doesn't represent the number of people who actually completed the survey. It's an overall metric in terms of the relative engagement of staff in terms of their employment, and so obviously you want that number to be higher rather than lower, and we're sort of pretty much in line with the survey that had been done 18 months before, I think it was, using the same company that had done that survey for us, which is The Voice, and it was slightly above industry averages. So we are developing and implementing actions in response to that. We've had a few vacancies in our people and culture team, which is the relevant department that would drive a lot of these actions forward. So now that we're getting those resources in place, then there'll be more focus on some of these issues around, or some of the actions, I should say, that will continue to address items that relate to employee engagement.
And these ones may be then confidential, and maybe we could look at in a briefing, but I'm just sort of thinking, like in my agency, we have this as well. And they call it the performance management employment strategy, and they're used by the senior leadership team to implement changes. or not. Yeah. So I'm sort of wondering, from those surveys, like, are you able to share, or if it's confidential, we can take it into a briefing? Like, what are your top 3 concerns? What are the top 3 most satisfied areas of staff? What are the top 3 priorities that the senior management team might be taking to improve engagement or managing concerns, or what areas are you wanting to improve? Is that all confidential?
No, and I think I'll double check. I'm pretty sure I thought we'd shared the results of the employee engagement survey with councillors. We've definitely shared the whole pack with the entire employees of council. So that information's definitely been shared, and I thought we'd actually sort of had a briefing on that, but I will double check in case my briefings are wrapped up. I get in terms of the key focus areas, Councillor Wyatt. There's sort of 4 key areas which I guess were identified as being those to prioritise. One was around systems and processes, which we know and we struggle with, sort of every day. And it's obviously in terms of making improvements in that space that so our employees can do what they need to do in the most efficient way, and so we can remove any of those frustrations from around that. So that's one. Career advancement and recruitment were the 2 others, and so some of those we can put in place some fairly quick actions. Others take a little bit more time. The 4th one is around wellbeing, which I think we've talked about in the context of our staff generally, and it's one of the KPIs as well, where and an issue not just facing us, but facing all employees at the moment, or employers, I should say, and around how we ensure that we've got the right sort of frameworks and strategies in place from an employee health and wellbeing perspective. So they are the 4 main areas. There are other bits and pieces. The advice from the organisations that facilitate the survey on our behalf is that you really focus in on a couple of key items and look to address those, and then you'll get the greatest level of improvement in terms of your employees' overall engagement.
So that obviously then that ties in everything. They would be the most. And what about the top areas where staff are fully engaged and happy and content? What is
General Manager?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the top 5 questions, I'll give you, there's 2 top 5 favourite ones. 2 of them relate to the belief in our overall purpose and our values. The second one relates to teamwork and working with the co-workers and the ability of co-workers. And the engagement was they like the kind of work that they do. And then compared to the benchmarks, the executive leadership team, it's 3 of the questions around ELT rate far higher than the benchmarks. Recognition in that we celebrate success rates far higher, and performance feedback as well.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
That's all those questions on that. But just on the delivery, the DPNOP on page 60 starts page 66. I think there's really good statistics that you've got 124 completed from 175 is excellent, given the really tough few years that we've had, and a massive capital program and the recovery and emergency money that we've had as well. I'm just curious specifically around, I didn't get the page number. I think it might be page 66. It's item ENOP 45 of page 5 of the attachment on 10.6, and it's in relation to the coastal management program. I'm just wondering, that's it. That one. Is that in relation to the, so it says coastal management program stage 4, update the coastal wetland littoral rainforest mapping and the Kempsey zone management plan. Is that in relation to this coastal vulnerability mapping and the requirements under the Coastal Management Act to produce that? And we had briefings on them ages ago, like when Ron Kemsley was still here.
So what was it? ENOP 45. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Essentially that is linked to the vulnerability mapping. It is the whole coastal zone management program. We are somewhat hamstrung in that it is a requirement to have it, but the planning department don't actually know what they want or how they want to do it. So, however, we are moving through from stage 3 into stage 4, as the comment says. So stage 4 is underway and will be reported to council once it's got to the appropriate point. So it is linked to the vulnerability mapping and all the other components that go into that.
So it's not a coastal, so it's a coastal management program with various stages, and the vulnerability and the coastal management plan is just part of those stages of the whole program.
It is my understanding that those are all linked together as a thing. Yes.
Okay. So there is a coastal zone management plan. Okay.
Yeah. The overall program is called the Coastal Zone Management Plan. Yep.
Would you be able to send me a link to that? That plan. Then the other one I had was about council expenses, and I think we covered those because we covered those because I was talking about whether we could whether we could carry those over, and we dealt with that. So I think I'm done. Thanks.
Councillor Whittington, please.
Thank you very much. I do remember seeing those stuff, survey results and everything, so thanks a lot for that. But what I would like, and I have asked before, but I don't think I've asked at a council meeting, I would personally like or all councillors, a copy of the questions, please, that you asked staff in the survey. I have asked for that before.
Yep, we'll take that on notice and get back to you.
Thank you.
Right. Any other questions or comments about the report? I'd like to draw the attention of council to the key performance indicators report, which is an attachment. It should be concerning to all of us that only 2 of the 11 key indicators are on track. So there's an issue there, and I'm just wondering, a comment possibly from Mr. Mitchell or the General Manager about, are we aiming too high for us to only have 2 of those 11 targets on track? Mr. Mitchell, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think, and I'm just sort of trying to pull up the actual attachment from memory. A lot of those you will see the reason where they are behind target generally relates to some resourcing constraints. So in some areas we've actually had staff resourcing issues, which meant that some of those haven't been able to be progressed. I think if you want to look at them specifically, so the capital expenditure one, for example, we have raised that continually, that's been a major target that we've been aiming for. And I think pretty much at every quarterly report when it gets presented, it's actually made the point that, the ability to achieve that is always going to be challenging, but we have delivered, again, sort of a record high capital expenditure outcome. It's something that we're going to need to continually look at in terms of deliverability. But that's sort of the explanation around that one. Again, financial sustainability is purely because of some changes in that area in some of the resourcing, which we've now got in place. So some of those items that from our sort of financial team will now be able to progress some of those specific actions. But largely, as councillors will be aware, the big ticket items as part of that strategy are being progressed, and particularly the investigation for the special rate variation, along with a couple of the other key items. So what we've done there, we've been very transparent in terms of the reporting. So some of those metrics are behind. We've reported that as being behind, but the really big ones in that particular metric are actually, or in that relation, that have actually been progressed. And I think the others largely, there's detailed explanations around the OP, and that's the report that Councillor Wyatt just referred to. There's explanations where those sort of 30 or so items are delayed, and we've sort of provided explanations on those on a case-by-case basis. So we'll always continue to set targets that are both achievable, but also got some stretch about them. And I think you'll recall most years we're actually been achieving those. In the case of this year, there's a few of those where we've actually haven't just quite got to that level, and have reported them as being slightly behind target.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. So at the moment, we're doing our very best. We're close to targets on most of them by the look of it. But are there any of them that are, my question originally was, are we aiming too high with these indicators?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, well, I think we've now just today adopted a new set of targets which we put forward that we think are reasonable targets to aim for. So that item got passed in the consensus motion. So those targets that we put forward we think are more than reasonable. There will be still a challenge around our capital expenditure and the delivery of that. So that would be one that I would probably foreshadow as being one that we may struggle to meet. That target, but that's something that we'll continue to look at. We're looking at resourcing from a project management perspective, how we can potentially resource to get those programs of work delivered. But that will be a challenge. The others, we've got a reasonable degree of confidence that we'll be able to meet those.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. Do we have any other questions or debate? If not, I'll ask Councillor Bain to close debate, if he could, please.
I've no more to say.
I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent from the motion before us? That carried. Thank you very much. Now come to 10.9 on page 74. Toose Road, Crown Road land acquisition. There are 3 points to the recommendation, and we have on standby an expert on Toose Road if you ask any tough questions. Would someone like to move that, please? It'll lapse if we don't get a mover. Councillor Patterson is moving it. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Butterfield. Councillor Patterson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Toose Road, I believe as a mover of this, I would like to ask a question first, and it could go through to the staff member attending at the moment. Dylan. It's in relation to if this I have an intention of amendment in relation to a possible amendment showing elevations of the possibilities of this road adjoining the Duff's property.
So,
I'll get to start with.
Oh, you will. Okay. So, Mr. General Manager, you may pass it on. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Reeves may add to this as well, and we might actually just get a picture up on the screen that actually will give a bit more. In answering this, I'll probably provide a bit more background following our discussions last night as well. This will show you the route, and I should say that the route has actually been selected through an options process. There were the landowners directly affected by the closure were asked about this. All those landowners supported this particular route. One landowner's preference obviously was to get the slip reopened, but if the slip couldn't be opened, it was this route that they preferred. So you can see there the red line is where it is being proposed that road goes. It's actually on the highest line of that property as it goes around. So in terms of flooding, there's quite expansive floodplains there for the water to actually pass through. It passes at a reasonable rate for there. It's not certainly not the highest volume, highest velocity of water going down the river at that particular point in any way. It does go across there and spread out across that floodplain to the top of that screen that as the water comes around there. The distances, we've taken some calculations, the distances to the road from the Duff's property is somewhere in excess of 200 metres and the bridge is somewhere in excess of 600 metres. There's the ability in terms of the road to provide tree screening to that road from the Duff's property. The distance to the bridge would certainly make that bridge, maybe you start looking at something 500 or 600 metres away. It's certainly, you'd question the visual impact of that from a property like that when you've got such, if you sit on the on the deck at Bermuda, which I've done a couple of times, you've got about 270-degree views from there. So to have that one particular bridge impacting that view would be very, very, very minimal impact on that. In terms of getting additional views, we do need to keep moving on this, because we defer this and have it back to council, it's another month, the whole project gets delayed. We need to move on the compulsory acquisition process. That does take a long time in itself. It's often in excess of 12 months. So, we start delaying it simply because we want to get some pictures about views. You can choose to do that, but just be aware of the consequences of it. I don't know whether Mr. O'Reilly wants to add anything to that or not.
Nothing to add.
Councillor Patterson, you still have a call?
Yep.
You have another question?
So my question is consultation. We've been around and back and forwards with lots of consultation today. My question is to council. We've asked the 5 landowners that are affected, but we haven't asked the people that would be fairly well affected by this, with like Mr. Duff spoke to us last night. It sort of puts in my head about why didn't we ask people at Bellbrook about the shed at Crescent Head? You know what I mean? Like we don't. I can't see the reasoning for only asking those people that are going to utilise the road rather than those people that are majorly affected, knowing that the properties in that area, they're such big properties, so you only have a couple of landholders. So I just wanted to ask that question.
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. There's been a whole range of community information put out about this that's readily available by pretty well everyone in the community. Community meeting was held in July 2022 when the options were actually presented. The slides of that were then part of the community update number 12, which was emailed directly to a very extensive database of residents affected and also made available on Council's website. An update on the TOOSE Road landslip. The project updates were linked to the recovery newsletter, which was distributed very widely across the Upper MACLEAY as well. The preferred Armidale Oval Height option for the new road was advised in the council business paper in December 2022, and again, all the reports were available in May 2022. We don't see this road as having a significant impact on the Duffs or any of the other properties that will be overlooking that road and that bridge. It is a gravel road that is infrequently used by other people outside of the people that live up there. TOOSE Road has always been an open public road. It isn't a highly utilised road, and we don't see this as having a significant impact given the distances and the ability to actually screen the road in a very effective manner. So it wasn't considered necessary to go through detailed consultation with people simply over a potential impact on their view when they've got other people who are their whole livelihoods are being impacted and they have a far higher priority in terms of the resources we have dedicated to this project.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Still got a couple more questions, yes. If that's all right. Talking about screening, Mr. Mayor, maybe through to General Manager once again, or Mr. Jackson. Is that the use of screening on this road? So is that in the actual, in this DA or in this motion?
Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, through you. This motion is simply dealing with the acquisition of the Crown Road that we need to actually undertake. That's all this is doing. Mr. Reeves working with Transport for New South Wales on the detailed design of this. We haven't got to doing detailed design yet. Part of that consideration is what needs to be included in that design. That would include things like fencing it on both sides to ensure the safety of road users and also obviously to ensure the safety of stock and the ability to actually screen that to actually reduce the impacts of that. So those elements are being dealt with totally separate to this resolution.
Thank you.
Can I ask another question, and then I'll let everyone else, I suppose. The next question is, if this was voted down today, Mr. Mr. Mayor, possibly through to the General Manager, if this was voted down today, or like previously it would have lapsed, that means it would have been possibly voted down. What would that mean to the landowners and also the 5 property owners that utilise the area?
Well, I'll answer very quickly. If I'm voted down, I'll be moving a rescission motion and we bring it back to the next council meeting because it won't be over. We need to get this Crown land purchased so that we can supply the route that is needed for the people in the who have been affected by the TOOSE road slip. Mr. General Manager, you missed it.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, I think you summarised it fairly well. Council needs to, this is the route, the preferred route, that, as I said, been identified through a route options process and in consultation with the landowners directly affected by the land slip. The next major step is the acquisition of land. If we don't acquire this land, then there is no road and we're legally obliged to provide a road. So council does have to make this. If you don't do this and you think there's another option, then you go back to the whole drawing board and start to work out an option, which I do not believe Transport for New South Wales would agree to. So in essence, from my point of view, is there is no option other than to go down this course.
Go down this road even. Thank you. Councillor Patterson, you finished? Thank you. Councillor Bain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just concerned about the options. I sent the GM an email in July 20, having been contacted by a resident wanting an update because they didn't know what option. At that point, most of the residents I've been talking to didn't know that any particular option, still hadn't been clarified that there was an option on the table. And, I was advised that I could say that, that we're having a meeting and to be an update in a couple of weeks, which, to be, that we are working with Transport New South Wales, will be updating the community in the near future was the response. So at that point, the community did not know that there was a preferred option. Most of the people I've spoken to in the last week didn't feel that they have indicated a preferred option. They didn't know, and what I'm concerned about, if we take on this is not the end of the story, is it? If we acquire this Crown Road, there'll still need to be an environmental impact statement done. There'll still need to be a heritage assessment. That's what I believe is correct. We've just currently spent $780,000 with a bit of a contingency as well on the repairing the bridge at Nulla Creek across the Armidale Road at Nulla Creek. That's only 10 years old, that bridge, because of damage in the 21 flood, which the Nulla Creek bridge gets backwash, doesn't get full velocity water, whereas this bridge, if you look at PD Bluff to the north of the location of the bridge, there's a fairly, that velocity of water in a flood is huge in that area. Concerns that residents have passed on to me are that there may well be, it may cause damage to the Armidale Road if there was, for example, if trees or flood debris got caught up in the bridge. So those are engineering things we need to think about. And the fencing. So the fencing is quite likely to be damaged in any flooding. Who's, the responsibility for that? I know these are all details. Do we need to acquire this land first so that we can move forward with doing the EIS and heritage assessments, etc.? Or if we acquire this road, is that meaning we're making a commitment to this option?
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor, Mr. General Manager, do you have a comment on that?
Through Mr. Mayor, there was a community meeting held in July 2022 when these options were actually presented to the community. The people there who were directly affected were asked to email in their preferred options, which they did, and that has been the basis of the selection of this particular option to be able to proceed. In relation to the issues you raise about potential impacts of trees and things like that, that's an issue we have with all of our bridges, and it's simply an engineering matter. They design these bridges. They work out what the velocities and the height levels and all those sorts of things are in relation to the water that's going to be coming through there. With the floods, and in that they'd be allowing for potential peak, optimum flood levels as well. So they'd be allowing for that. And again, likewise with fences, farmers all up and down the valley have fences in floodways. They get damaged. That's just part and parcel of being a landowner in the MACLEAY Valley. So that comes with the territory of actually living here. We do need to actually move on the acquisition, and as I've said, this is the option that Transport for New South Wales have identified through the option analysis as well. It is the option that would be funded by the Reconstruction Authority. So council, it's not costing our ratepayers money, it's actually part of the disaster funding money that's actually coming through. So we do need to actually, one, move on this, and that does say, yes, this is the route. And then through that, there would be all the detailed studies required to actually ensure that the road and the bridge are built to the standards required. Mr. Reeves, anything else?
Just dwelling on your question, Councillor Bain, and thanks for inviting me to provide insight. I think one of the things that may have provided a little bit of confusion is that we've tried to separate short-term solutions from long-term solutions, and the community are awaiting some feedback from us around temporary repair of the slip, and that may be confusing where the whole process is at, which is why we're planning to host a community information event in hopefully about a month's time from today, and that should clear up the short term. In terms of the long term, as our General Manager correctly pointed out, we committed to this long-term option in about September last year and haven't changed course since. It's just a process that we're working through in terms of getting this solution moving. And quite correctly, we went through a lengthy options analysis to develop this as the preferred option in which the community did have an opportunity to vote on.
Thank you. Councillor Bain, any further questions?
Just back to that question about fencing. So are we, as council, building the fencing and maintaining, or is that going to be the landowner's responsibility?
Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, the fencing would be built as part of the project, but my understanding is the fence would then become the property of the landowner and their responsibility.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt, and then Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thanks. I just have 3 questions, but maybe the third one's probably already been answered. But I mean, essentially, thanks. So yeah, we know that the road and all the planning investigation is being funded by the state government, which is good. But in the big picture of things, this is a pretty expensive road in a cost per person that's using it, compared to, someone mentioned, can we give $11 million in potholes? Like, this road is like gold compared to other roads, I would think, at the end of the day, given the amount of money and time and effort spent for the amount of people on it. And we've heard that this is Transport New South Wales' preferred option, and maybe the state government or local government could be the approver, and there may be concurrent approvals required associated with water and fisheries. So I just wanted a clarification question. Is it A, council, B, councillors, or C, state government that will be the development approver of this road and the bridge in its entirety?
Mr. General Manager, please.
Through Mr. Mayor, and Mr. Reeves may jump in on this. My understanding of the way it'll actually work is that council would be the project manager for this and be responsible for it. Part of that would be securing all the necessary approvals through all the different agencies that would be required, and whether that's fisheries, whether that's EPA, whether that's using, if it's an infrastructure set, whatever it is, we would have to go through all those as the project manager and secure all those approvals to actually ensure the project is compliant.
So that we are then the proponents?
We are the proponents on behalf of the state government for this, to actually get a road in to families who are actually cut off.
And then therefore perhaps it's the Department of Planning and Environment that is the approver?
Yeah, if Michael's got an idea of what the actual planning approvals are,
Mr. Jackson,
that would be good.
Yeah, so essentially part of the investigation
that will be the statement of environmental effects will actually go through the approval pathways and confirm exactly who is going to be the determining factor. There is a very strong possibility that council will be able to determine this. However, we would require the concurrence of all the relevant agencies before we did so. So I can't see legislatively that it would go to a state government department to be the determiner. It would likely come to us. But if the investigations in all the details transpired that we did need to give final determination to the state government, then we would do so. But it seems unlikely at this point.
Okay, I thought that because it's Transport New South Wales project funded by them and their preferred option, that they would be the provers. Okay. Do you think, maybe speculative then, would it likely go just straight through to council executive team for approval, or councillors? Or is it just speculation at this stage?
Mr. General Manager.
That would be speculation. Until we know the approval pathways, we can't answer that.
Okay. And so I was sort of thinking about an amendment, but I think we've already discussed it anyway, is that that the development application process, whatever that might look like, will be undertaken, and it will require an environmental assessment that does take into account all of those impacts, both the beneficial ones and the adverse ones associated with the project, and it will include community consultation with stakeholders and neighbouring properties and others, regardless of whether that is council as the approver or councillors as the approver or state government as the approver, as that environmental assessment process has to occur.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, council will follow all the necessary planning, whether it's environmental or other planning processes that are required for the project. Yes.
But it's unlikely that a project of this nature can just go through without any assessment or approval process of sorts. As you mentioned,
it has to go through a detailed approval process. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt.
Sorry, one other thing. Given that the presentations that we've had and that this has been on the table for a while, is it worth just noting that as an amendment, or we just know that that's a given? I just want to clear, or what? Yeah.
Mr. General Manager.
It's a given. We can't build something like this without approvals.
Well, we know that.
Yes. Yeah, it's just an absolute given.
I may be able to offer a slight clarification,
Yes, Reeves,
if I may. Just absolutely correct. But there's two different pathways to be clear about in terms of when we involve the state government. So there's the planning side of things, which we have to go through for any project, and whether we trigger the requirements to go to state government approval for this project or not, it happens as part of the standard approval pathway process, as Director Jackson pointed out. However, we need to consult with the state government, being Transport for New South Wales, who have a different arm called the Natural Disaster Arm. They basically specialise in supporting, jumping in and helping councils to work through the impacts of natural disasters in our LGA. They're our principal contact, who ultimately report to the Reconstruction Authority, who basically hold the money. So we go through a detailed consultation and approval process with them to obtain the funding and select the technical aspects of the preferred route. And then we inherit the project, as our General Manager correctly pointed out, and manage the process throughout. So there's two different, I suppose, elements there.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted clarity around that, is that for the community's perspective, that this is not a project, this is not a proposal that's just been dreamed up, and that it is a collaboration between those at least two government departments plus council. So it's not just this room in its own. And that's what I felt that sort of came across yesterday.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, please. And then Councillor Riddington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had quite a few notes here, but I'm going to try and keep them short given the time we have. If I can just make a comment at first and just say, just this plan has already had an effect on the duffs. They are in a position where, cattle are worth less, there's less feed around, and they're looking for any off-farm income, and any effect on that income is huge to them. So they're already looking at this, and this is before we get bulldozers and excavators in, that they're rattled a bit by this one. A couple of questions, and the first one is, this particular one only deals with compulsory acquisitions of Crown land. Will there be compulsory acquisitions of private land required as well?
Yeah, through
Mr. General Manager.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, yes, there are. The yellow bits highlighted on that plan in front of you is actually private land. That needs to be acquired as well, and there'll be a compulsory process for that. Further down, on a couple of pages down from this, there's actually land that we're already working with the Davies on, who have worked very properly with us, and that will be a mutually agreed process and a lot quicker than the compulsory acquisition process. So we've got two key landholders. One is working very closely with us. One obviously isn't wanting to have the compulsory acquisition occur.
Does that decision to compulsory acquire land off the less negotiable landholder come through us, or does that just automatically happen?
It's a process that we go through, and it's actually all dictated by the Just Terms Compensation Act. So there's actually a very strong legislation around how that process occurs and how they are to be compensated. It's not just the value of the land, but there's a range of other factors that are actually taken into consideration to come up with that Just Terms compensation.
Yeah, okay. And the last one, which is probably the hardest question of all, is can you think of any way that we can say that we've heard you guys and we're trying to work with you in this? Because I feel like I'm in a rock and hard place. I can see the need to get this through, but also see the need to get a voice heard, and whether it actually affects their business at the end of the day or not, it has affected them already. How can we voice that better or do something about that?
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think we acknowledge that the Duffs could have been contacted earlier and engaged in this process. There probably was an assumption by staff that given the fairly high profile this had in the media and certainly up around the valley, that concerned stakeholders were certainly turning up to the meetings that we're having and were part of the mailing lists and the distribution of our other newsletters and things like that. I think part of acknowledging that is the comments that we've made around putting in screening trees and those sorts of things to help in terms of that view from the Dust property. The comment about the fence before, and that is, a lot of TOOSE Road has no fence on it. A lot of our gravel roads have absolutely no fences on them at all. We would only be putting the fence there if the property owner wished to actually have that, and they've indicated in initial discussions that they would like to ensure that. That stops vehicles from driving off into their land and things like that. But it would only be something that would be there if it was requested. So I think we are saying we are hearing these things. There are a whole range of, holiday accommodation in our valley that would overlook roads and things like that. That's part of the valley. That's part of what actually occurs. So the level of impact that something like this with a screened road would have on a particular property, it would be very subjective.
And one final one, if I may, Mr. Mayor. Do you know, or can you confirm that they were on that mailing list from early days on?
I don't actually have the detailed mailing list there. I'm pretty confident because the level of the ones that, just let me refer back to the email I had on this. The recovery newsletters, which we distributed very widely through the Upper MACLEAY, I would be surprised if they weren't on that. Be very surprised.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Riddington and then Councillor Patterson. You're going to close debate? No. Councillor Riddington, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. My questions have both been answered by Councillor White and Councillor Ferguson. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Patterson, you have a question, please.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask this question through to Dylan, for the Mayor, to Dylan.
Mr. Reeves,
Mr. Reeves,
Mr. General Manager can't handle it.
Just looking at the road, I know there's quite a bit of looking at the map. There's quite a bit of road to be built around. There's the bridge to be built. Are we absolutely sure that TOOSE Road crossing the MACLEAY River further up is not achievable, and going on to PD Road, which is actually closer by quite a ways in, rather than going around the loop right up around right up around in let's just say in front of Duff's place, like crossing the river, going to what would that be, the southeast? Instead of staying on that side of the river and going around and crossing the river then. I just need to understand that in my head. If that's right, Mr. Roos.
Mr. Roos may give some more detail on this. There was a detailed options analysis of a whole range of different options undertaken before this particular route was selected as the preferred route with the input of the impacted landowners. They know the distances, they know where they need to travel, they know where they can get across that river better than anyone. And that's why we asked them for their opinions on this. Mr. Roos might want to go into a bit more detail about that process.
Yeah, so we had as the General Manager correctly pointed out, we had a detailed options analysis completed in which we presented that in July last year to the impacted community, and there was an option of utilising PD Road and crossing the river at another location. However, the contours just didn't align as well as this location, and also where the road reserves met were not as favourable. However, in saying that, crossing from PD Road, if I understand what you're talking about correctly, would also have similar impacts from different landholders and also different views. So in terms of escaping that impact, it's very difficult to do. And I understand that this is a very challenging thing for a lot of people and a lot of residents. However, one of those options will ultimately have this form of impact.
So thank you, Councillor Patterson. Question. Yeah, so just if I can get that correctly in my head, so it was the choice of the 5 residents rather than a financial difference.
If I can
Mr. Reeves,
take that one, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It wasn't solely based on just the choices of the residents. It was fortuitous that the overwhelming majority of the residents also aligned with what we felt to be the most suitable engineering option, and also we did detailed costing estimates on each of those options, which were presented at the same time and are attached in the options report that was submitted to the council meeting in May. And the cost for this solution is within the realms of the other bridges costs. They're all within about a cost difference of about $3 to $4 million in total difference. And there was another option in terms of a lower level bridge. However, this high level option was preferred due to giving that higher level of flood immunity in that location.
And thank you. Does it line up with the same level? I understand there's a bridge before Armadale Road, just before it crosses onto the dirt road. Are we saying that this bridge is going to be about that level? You know the bridge I'm talking about on that road on the way up?
You may be, sorry, through you, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor, you may be referring to the Bellbrook Bridge?
No, there's a bridge, sorry.
You're talking about this, mate?
There's with the Tar Road, when you go up to say Bomurra, just before you get onto the dirt, you cross a bridge. PD Creek. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of answering, it would be relative to the bridge at PD. You can see where PD Creek does come into the MACLEAY River on this map. It's very close to where that bridge location is. However, it does rise from the point where the bridge would launch towards PD. In terms of exactly how many metres in difference, I couldn't answer you off the top of my head. I apologise, but it would be relative.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ferguson, you have another question?
Yeah, if I may. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the early printed versions of the options, I'm not sure whether this is going to General Manager or yourself, Mr. Roos, showed the bridge alignment very similar to what it is there, but the road actually sweeping across the centre of Jimmy's Point, which was obviously far more favourable to Bomurra. Is there any reason why we've pushed it out wide and high?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, there's a very good reason. That is to minimise the impact on the landowner that the road is actually going through. They have the far bigger impact than someone with simply a visual overview of the site, and we wanted to minimise the impact to the landowner. Putting the road straight through it certainly divided that pretty good pasture in that there, and we wanted to push it as close as we could to get to the Crown Reserve that was actually already on there and lessen the impact for that particular owner. Thank you.
Thank you. No other further questions or comments? I'd ask Councillor Patterson if he wishes to close debate.
Just give me 1 second. There we go. This is another one of those decisions that, looking at Councillor Ferguson, that is a very hard one to make, especially for upriver people when we are not upriver people. As Mr. Duff explained last night, and you know, whether it was up to him to engage with council or vice versa, I'm assured that council would have attempted to engage. That's why my question before. I see us a need to come to a resolution of this matter, speaking to the General Manager in the fact that this is something that will be dictated to us by Service New South Wales. Is it Service New South Wales or Transport New South Wales? Transport New South Wales, sorry. Yeah, I really do not like where this road's going. I do not agree where it's going. But as a councillor, we have to make decisions that that benefit the whole community. I would like to see it written into the when this proceeds. I would like it written into the construction of that road that it is built to minimise the site distance. That's what I would like. I think council have heard that from a number of people here. Minimise the site. That could be with tree screening, level of the road, etc. Yeah, this is a very difficult one, and I believe if we did not act on this, it would be taken out of our hands anyway. I believe that we need to do that land acquisition and enable council to proceed.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent from the motion before us? 3. Only 3. Oh, I carried.
Before we deal with the other things, I think it's going to take a while to actually get through the rest of it.
Only two noms
and your David's report.
No. I'm moving a procedural motion, just so that we can get things done in time. We need to have the safari tent tender completed, and it's in confidential. So I'm moving that we move into confidential, and I'm also moving that we deal with the 12.3 immediately and then come back out and deal with 11.1 and 11.2 and 11.3. I'm moving the motion. Is any seconder? Thank you, Councillor Riddington. Any dissent? No dissent. I now say that we're in confidential. We need to close the doors and keep out all the people we don't want in here. But staff may stay.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan.
Thank you.
Yeah, we need to do 12.2 and 12.3.
Yeah, sorry.
12.2 and 12.
All the risks the management.
Yeah, Alex pulled that out. So
yeah, okay. Thank you. We're back out of confidential. The decisions made in confidential will be read out at the end of the meeting. The first item we have now is 11.1, notice of motion, recognition of Emeritus Mayor Liz Campbell, been put up by Councillor Patterson. It's on page 81. Councillor Patterson, would you like to move it?
Yeah.
Seconder, please. Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. And I want to apologise for the fact that I didn't do this straight away when this award was given to our lovely previous Mayor, Liz Campbell. I just want to ask everyone who is here today and everyone who is watching this online, and even those who aren't, is to have a read in that recommendation on the background of our previous Mayor, Liz Campbell, and noting the passion of the lovely lady who led the MACLEAY, the knowledge, the friendship, the community values, and the role model she set for us as councillors. Never to be forgotten, her contributions to the Kempsey Shire and the whole community, I believe. And I believe she is and was the best mayor, community representative, role model that I have had the pleasure to know, work with, and consider a friend. I look forward to my fellow councillors supporting this and acknowledging the greatness that our previous Mayor Liz Campbell has shown us. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Ring.
I'd like to speak in favour of this motion and commend my fellow councillor Anthony Patterson for bringing this up. I think that Liz has made an invaluable contribution to our community, and I think it's important that we recognise her contributions.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any further speakers? If not, I will ask Councillor Patterson to close debate if he wants to.
Yeah, sorry, I will. And it's something that I think about acknowledgement and giving thanks to people who've done beneficial things and led their life in a way that sets out them to be a role model and to be a decision maker of Kempsey like we are now, you guys. The acknowledgement costs nothing, but the remembering, the thoughts, you know, the influence is everything that this lady has left us. So just closing the debate, I would say as a councillor of a number of years now that my council life and my personal life and business life is and has been and will be, has always been better off knowing this lady, Liz Campbell.
Thank you. Is there any dissent on the motion? Declare it carried. Thank you. Now come to 11.2, notice of motion, Kempsey CBD levies. It's been moved, put up by Councillor Patterson. Councillor Patterson, you're moving it, I presume. Any seconder? Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Patterson. Keeping an eye on the time, you could move this, please.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank council staff in response to this notice of motion that I've put up in recognition that the survey had been done previously. My thoughts of putting this motion forward now, this notice of motion now, is the changing, the ever-changing landscape, the ever-changing environment that we live in. many years ago, I was born and bred in Kempsey, and many years ago there was no levee banks around the town, and most of the downtown shops used to incur about a 1 metre of flood water through their businesses, and then the levee bank was put up. The levee bank was put up to protect those, and since that time, I believe it was back in the 70s. Since that time, there's a number of businesses in town that no longer have water going through their businesses at lower level floods. Obviously, we do have major flooding, which is 2001, which was very, very expensive for us financially, also in the business community and the community, also psychologically, because it was a major devastation to us. But one of those things that have happened since then is the town has been bypassed, and the bridge that was built, the longest one in the Southern Hemisphere, I believe now, was not going to be built that way. It was going to be built on a mound of dirt and go right through and only cross the river as a bridge. So that was going to create a huge damming effect for our community. So then the government looked at the downriver farms and put where they could flood mounds for cattle, and they also built up at the houses down there into second stories. So they allowed for the extra height of flood that would happen downriver. So this notice of motion, I understand that it's not in council's budget for this, that we may not, I believe, in the response to this, and may not see that many businesses achieve a benefit from this, but it's not what I believe. I believe that if we look to our government, state and federal, for some funding to raise our levy bank, to make it something that's a safeguard, so we don't have to rebuild our town, like up in Lismore, and talking to Father James, for example, he said they're moving the whole school, rebuilding it up further up in the mountains. So that's huge costs. If we need to be looking at the possibilities of rebuilding our town, why couldn't we look at the possibilities of being on the front foot rather than the back foot? And that's why I brought this notice of motion to our council meeting.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to commend this, support this motion. I think it's a great idea to build resilience, and thank Councillor Patterson for recognising the need to prepare for a changing climate. Thank you.
Councillor Butterfield, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd just like to congratulate Councillor Patterson on this motion. I only just recently, last week, was speaking to a customer of mine, which has not long moved down from Lismore, and he's actually gone through all of the devastation that everyone's well aware of up there. And he's basically lost everything, half the clothes on his back, and he sort of said, like, enough's enough. And I think when a lot of these disasters happen, whether it be the floods or the fires, we all sort of talk about it initially, and then as time goes on, everyone seems to, well, not so much everyone, but a lot of them seem to forget that weren't affected, the devastation it's had on the families and on the community. So I think it's not a bad idea, to be honest. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor White.
Speak not so much against it, but as an amendment. I certainly understand the intent here, and I have been involved in preparing 3 or 4 catchment management plans for the MACLEAY, since 2005. I've been involved in steering committees and all sorts of things. So I've read a lot of the science papers and the background studies and all these kind of things to all of these reports for the MACLEAY floodplain, saltwater, Killet Creek, Belmore, and somewhere else. And I also used to work quite closely with the former staff member here, Ron Kemsley, on this as well. So and then a really good friend of mine and colleague, he prepared his PhD on the MACLEAY floodplain itself, like its history. And I've actually seen photos where the floodplain around Saltwater Lagoon was actually open to the ocean. So I do have just a little bit of understanding, but I would really like a lot more understanding from now being in the councillor seat. So I'd actually prefer an amendment that's, just going back a step. When we were councillors 1.0 before the I vote, I'm sure there was an item there where we were going to have a briefing on the MACLEAY floodplain and coastal by Ron Kemsley, but we didn't have that because of the I vote. So I'm actually proposing that council receive a briefing on the MACLEAY River floodplain, including items such as the hydrology, the stroke development of the floodplain modification and management by drainage unions, the mitigation structures, any relevant plans and studies, the risks and future considerations, because like a report, we could be looking at a very highly detailed scientific report that we're trying to interpret, and maybe if we get the briefing first, and then you can revisit this as a motion. But I would prefer, a briefing on all of this rather than a report on other things, not just historical learnings, opportunities, and funding.
Thank you. So you're moving an amendment. Do we have a second to that? We have a briefing on all those issues that Councillor Wyatt outlined.
Yeah. And then if needed, we can bring it back we can defer this, and then if needed, we can bring it back.
You don't need it. Yeah, I'll ask Ms. General Manager to address this, and we could defer it and consider it after the briefing.
Yeah.
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, we certainly don't need a council resolution if Councillor White gives us what she just listed. We'd certainly make sure we've got a briefing. We've actually got space. I've just been looking up our forward plan for our briefings. We've certainly got time in October and November to actually do a detailed briefing on the floodplains, as outlined there, so we can actually just schedule that in very easily to allow that to actually occur. One of the issues and if you then defer this, that would probably be wise, because point 2 in this, we didn't make comment about the cost involved in that, because if you want to look at future additional opportunities for additional protection, the work had already been done. If you want further work to be done on that, then you're talking about fairly significant flood engineering works to be done, things like that, and you will need to be looking at the scope of the works, the cost of that, and those sorts of things. We didn't include any comment on that because we believe the work has already been done. The work that was presented to Council in 2017 indicated that there isn't the return and the value in actually raising the levies around Kempsey. It is that's what the science and the engineering tells us. And in terms of funding opportunities, whatever the science and engineering tells us it's not worth actually doing that, then there are no funding opportunities available for it. You'd have to have that science, and to do that, you'll have to invest a fair bit of money to actually get that study done again.
Councillor Patterson, an option for you here, after listening to the General Manager and the options on a briefing from Councillor White, you can withdraw your notice of motion and bring it back at another date. That's an option for you now.
I suppose I have to explain my notice of motion a little bit more and before I make comment on that.
Well, you've spoken to your motion.
Okay.
Do you want to speak again? The only option I'll give you at the moment, other than ask a question, is to withdraw it so we can consider it in full at future council meetings.
Well, just I think
you can still submit it for a vote if you wish.
I think I'd rather put it to a vote. Okay. For the reason, can I talk to that?
Yes, you can.
I think I'd rather just put it to the vote because I suppose you could say I'll put it in the historic learnings. It's fairly bland. Future opportunities for additional protection, and and then funding opportunities. At no point in here I'm looking for council to expedite their own or expend their own money to do this. When we're looking for funding opportunities, even if the science says that it's not achievable or it's not doable, I mean, that's exactly what they set up in Lismore. So I just like to leave it how it is. Funding opportunities for me is government funding that will help us protect our town so we don't have to rebuild it. So I'd just rather it go through to the vote, thanks. And if it's got to come back when we have this, we have a
briefing.
Briefing.
Yeah, which, you know, I think a briefing on floods that happen in the MACLEAY every 7 years should be a fairly regular thing we need to have, because they're all different. So yeah, no.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I'll be speaking against your motion formally, in that the briefing from October 2017, I was there in October. There were 3 other councils there for the briefing. It was very extensive, and the experts there showed that the one option to lower the flood height in the central business district that would work would involve constructing a huge 100-metre wide channel through the Eden Street playing fields, through the to the other side of 4th Street, and it would cost a fortune. Tens of thousands of tonnes of dirt would have to be moved, and levee banks built on the side of the houses on both sides of that channel, and a special crossing of Belgrave Street will be installed. And when you start to look at that sort of mitigation of flood effects on the central business district, you're looking at not millions but billions of dollars, and it won't be funded, is what came out of that briefing. So I still look at, that's why I'm speaking against it. I think we need that briefing so all councils are on board with all that information before we make a decision to impose a lot of extra costs on council in coming up with a report that's would need to be budgeted into the financial year, or a major adjustment on a quarterly budget review. So that's why I'm speaking against it, and you'll get a chance to close in a moment. Thank you. Any other speakers, please?
I just wanted to.
Councillor Wyatt?
Yeah, I just wanted a clarification question. So I just sent my words to councillor. Sorry. Yeah. Can I still put that up as a motion, as an amendment? Because I would prefer that as a briefing rather than a report presented to me, so it's interactive, I can ask questions. But also, there are issues associated with the village of Hat Head as well, and there was a flood mitigation risk study done for that. They are quite impacted in the future by flooding, so there's issues out there as well.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. As you understand, we had a commitment from the General Manager. There will be a briefing on your issues.
Oh, so that doesn't have to get put up as an amendment?
It doesn't have to be put up as an amendment. So that commitment already. Yeah. Mr. General Manager, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I've already got the wording being passed on to me, and I've passed it on to the staff to start preparing already.
Thank you very much. So if there's no other speaker, I'll ask Councillor Patterson to close debate on his notice of motion, and then we will have a vote. Thank you.
In closing this debate, at no stage that that I intend in doing this in any negative way for council, for the MACLEAY, for the business district. So in closing this debate, I'm just going to ask a question in closing through Mayor to the General Manager, that if there was a slight amendment made.
Sorry, Councillor Patterson, when you're closing debate, you can't ask any more further questions.
But in closing this, I mean, I think that the staff, General Manager, etc., understand, I suppose, the passion that I have for protecting our business district. Looking at historical learnings, when we had that briefing back in, what year did you say that was?
2017.
17. Well, it was only, was it 2 years ago now Lismore happened? So I think there's a lot more.
Last year.
Yeah, there's a lot more to it than what we heard about back then. I really believe that, I'm all for having a briefing. But my intention with this is to bring a report back. I don't mind if it's after the briefing. So if this is too late, I would be happy that that this report came back after the briefing session that we had. So I'm guessing my councillors are hearing me when I'm saying that if this falls over, a briefing would come back to councils after that. The briefing session that we have about the flood, etc., in the Kempsey Shire. So if this falls over, I suppose council understand my intent.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Patterson. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent from the motion before you? Defeated. Thank you. We move to the final item on the agenda, 11.3. It's my delegates report on the Australian Local Government Association Regional Forum, National General Assembly of the Australian Local Government Association, Australian Council of Local Government Conferences. And my recommendation is that Council note the information in the report. And I say move. On the first page of the report, you see a lovely picture of Lake Burley Griffin with the Captain Cook's jet. Would notice the motion. Oh, of course. No, it's not a mayoral thing. My mistake. A seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Bain. In the late in the day, very much. Very quickly, I should tell you that the photograph was taken in the Uber going across to meet Mr. Pat Conahan, our local member of CARPA, who invited me for a cup of tea at Parliament House. And the General Manager accompanied me, and we had a very good, high-quality sharing of information on the issues of Kempsey Shire Council. There was a lot of information in my report talking about bushfires on the second page. There was a video of the Conjala Park bushfire video, and it showed what happened to the houses there and how they have been putting together super fire-resistant homes that have shutters, metal shutters, close up, bushfires coming, everything's secure inside, and that's the way of construction of the future for bushfire problem areas. We also have had Catherine King, MP, Minister of Infrastructure and Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. She spoke on many issues, but the one thing that I think the General Manager are impressed with, she announced that the Road to Recovery grant program will be increased by $750 million. Hopefully Kempsey Council will get some of that. On page 92, on the Thursday the 15th of June, we had the Deputy Mayor of Queanbeyan and Pallarang Council, Esma Livermore, talking about The Voice, and her grandmother was a Dunghutti woman, so I went and spoke to her, a very informed person, and she told us that that the referendum on The Voice is unfinished business with the Mabo decision. Take that or any way you like. But yes, they're quite passionate about the fact that they wanted people to support the yes vote. The most interesting speaker of all the time there, Mr. General Manager may have a different view, was Saul Griffiths, who spoke on the program of Rewiring Australia. And that is the need for all homes to move towards using electricity, and that electricity coming from renewable energy. And rewiring is such an important component because the wind and the solar panel farms out west, we've got to get those to where the people live, and we can't put huge solar turbines, windmills, I should say, in the middle of Sydney, so it's got to come from the country. So he's a very entertaining person, and he showed with lots of graphs and statistics that we need to go this way to save money. It's financially beneficial for us to move as quickly as possible to rewiring our country. Finally, on Friday the 16th of June, the first time the Australian Council for Local Government conference was redone after absence of 10 years. The Prime Minister, the Honourable Anthony Albanese, spoke at length, and the most important thing is he's aware, as is his government, that 80% of local government areas in Australia have been affected by disasters in the last 3 years, and his priority is to try and look after us and the resilience in local government areas. Finally, and this is good news for Council, the Federal Education Minister, Jason Clare, spoke at length on a number of issues, but the one that piqued my ears was the fact that the cost of citizenship ceremonies, which Kempsey Council have covered the cost of will now be covered by the federal government, which is a good win for us. So I present the report to you. You may have some questions, and we'll then have debate. Any questions or comments? If not, I'll put the motion. Any dissent? Declare it carried. Thank you very much. And that's the end of the council meeting. And we will now have the decisions made in confidential read to the viewing public. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to the matters that were heard in closed session and item 12.1, which passed as part of items by exception. In relation to item 12.1, legal matters. Thank you. In relation to item 12.1, legal matters, Council resolved the Council receive and note the report. In relation to item 12.2, Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meeting minutes, 26th of July 2023. Council resolved that Council note the draft meeting minutes from the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee, 26th of July 2023. And in relation to item 12.3, Safari Tent Tender, TQE 23/9. Council resolved that Council, 1, in accordance with Section 178 Local Government Regulation, General Regulation 2021A, declined to accept all tenders for safari tents, TQE 23/9, noting that the tendered price exceeded the original budget and the footprint of the tendered tent designs require an amended site plan with a reduced number of tent sites, and 2, enter into direct negotiation with Glam Experience Proprietary Limited and Eco Structures Australia for the supply and installation of 5 safari tents at Crescent Head Holiday Park.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thorogood. And before I close the meeting, I commend all councillors here today for your diligent work on the debate and the decisions we've made together. Very respectful effort at coming up with a consensus on every issue. So thank you one and all. And I declare the meeting closed, and 4 of us now go to another meeting. Starting in